to your health. Hello, everybody out there in Twitch. Carlos A.S. Lysing. I'm the owner and lead game designer for Castle Entertainment. Tonight we're taking a game, a one-shot here for Virtual Greyhawk Con, part of the convention that Jay Scott's put together for the Lord Gazumbas channel. Thanks so much for doing this for everybody, Jay, and putting everything together. Our scenario tonight is called Reflections from a Smoking Mirror. It's a one-shot that I put together through Castle Entertainment. For anybody who would like a copy of the module when we're done, including my players, I'd be more than happy to send them to you guys. But first, I want to introduce everybody to their players and to our players down there and to our their characters. I'm going to start with the left of our screen over there with Carlos. Carlos, go ahead and introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about yourself and your character, and then we'll move forward.
There we go.
Thanks. So my name here is Carlos, but my character, the character I'll be playing is called Fletcher Otter Creek. He's a surface gnome, and he's from the city of Scant, the capital of Onwall. And he's got a colorful background, a colorful history that involves being trained by his elder sister in the finer arts of putting things together, taking them apart, putting them back together in all sorts of configurations. And he also holds a very personal and important grudge and mission in regards to that elder sister of his and the Scarlet Brotherhood, with whom they have a history. And I will say no more because I think
we'll move over to our right. Alan, go ahead.
I'm Alan Growy. I go by Grodog Online. The character I'm playing tonight is Niala Loraven. She is an elven female fighter magic user. Similarly, she was victimized by the Scarlet Brotherhood. Her family was murdered by them when they invaded Onwall, and she bears the slightly damaged but still sharp and keen sword of her mother in vengeance.
Awesome. Over there to our to Alan's right, we have Jason. Jason, please tell us something about yourself and your character, man.
Hello, my name is Jason Jacobson. I am Perfect Dead in the chat, and my character is Gareth Marblehead. He is a cleric of Fortubo, and what else to tell you about him? I don't know what else I should say about him, but he's very devout, and he's got a very serious warhammer.
Very nice.
Not sure what else to say.
Yeah. Very nice. No, that's good enough. Everybody else can be introduced through gameplay. JC, go ahead.
Hi, I am JC Luxton. I am playing Marana Cathry, who is known to the Tuve of Hetmanaland as Ghost of Miracles. My loyal companion will be played by Scourge, my cat, and my companion is Giggles the hyena, who I brought back from Hetmanaland. I grew up in Onwall in some privilege, and I had the incredibly lucky chance to study under Bigby, but then I went exploring in Hetmanaland, but when I heard what had happened to my homeland, I rushed home.
Mm-hmm. And over there to his right, we have Leslie. Go ahead, Leslie.
Hey, my name's Les, and I will be playing Glasshaw, the Fist of Hieronius. I was born in the Pomarge, but my slave mother and I were liberated by some paladins and adventurers from Onwall, who took us back and showed me the light, so to speak. And I was away from Onwall when it fell, and I want the Scarlet Brotherhood out.
Right.
They have taken away my new home. Not good.
Not good at all. Guys, thank you so much for playing. And without further ado, we're going to go ahead. We're going to go launch right into our adventure. Everybody out there who's tuning in, thanks so much for watching us. And we're going to, if you guys have any questions or anything like that, feel free to chime in. Please go ahead and cheer on our players because they're going to need it, I think. All of you guys, for reasons of your own, as you guys read on your character sheets, have allied yourselves with Free Onwall. Free Onwall, for those of you who don't know anything about Onwall, the nation of Onwall, it's a resistance that's risen up in the nation in response to their occupation by the Scarlet Brotherhood. The Scarlet Brotherhood came in.
Boo!
Yes, boo. They captured Onwall very, very rapidly from within and from without. There was a lot of there was confusion in the streets of Scant, the capital. A lot of people died. A lot of people were slapped into irons, as you know. Needless to say, they are public enemy number one for the free people of Onwall that still live have managed to escape bondage or managed to escape thraldom for some reason or another. Now, so interestingly enough, about Free Onwall, they do actually have some allies. Their number one ally is actually the free city of Irongate to the east. The powerful city-state represents a bastion of hope and light in the sea of darkness that is Onwall's countryside. Their leader, for those of you who are not familiar with him, is Cobb Darg, who is a wily gnome who not too much is really known about Cobb. He's a character that kind of is shrouded in mystery, as is his Magi, Elaine Mystica. But going back to that, Free Onwall, all of you guys are agents of Free Onwall, the resistant movement. You're considered some of the most experienced, some of the most powerful, and some of the best known members of the resistance. Mostly they operate out of the city of Scant. Out of the underground of Scant and its catacombs. Things like that. And the reason why they do that is the city itself is crawling with agents of the Brotherhood. It's incredibly dangerous to be out. Being caught is not an option for any of you. But all of you know one another either through missions on the Resistance or through word of mouth, because the tales of your deeds have spread like wildfire. So all of you at one point or another have been summoned to a place called the Heron House. Now, the Heron House was established in -46 CY, as Onwall last fell to the burgeoning Great Kingdom after a lengthy conflict. As you guys know from history, the conflict in Onwall between the Great Kingdom and some of the people inside of it that didn't want to be it was brutal. It was bloody. But as Erde came to control it, some of the people that weren't involved in resisting Iridian rule, or Erde's rule, I should say. One of them was an inn and a tavern called Heron House. Now, Heron House was put together by some of the most wealthy and powerful people within Onwall. They call themselves the Majestic Order of the Heron. They were a social club, basically, and they subtly influenced Onwalli commerce, trade, and culture for centuries from meeting rooms in this Heron House, which was turned into a speakeasy of sorts. They had this hidden tavern in the background because no one really knew how the Overking would handle ruling Onwall. So everything kind of went underground. And so when the Scarlet Brotherhood moved in, Heron House was one of the hubs of the Free Onwall movement. It was a speakeasy. It was hidden. Everyone just said, you know what, we're going to go ahead and use the speakeasy once again. So all of you have been summoned there at one point or another by the members of Heron House. When you're at Heron House, all of you have been, it's a very stately brick building, very thin corridors everywhere with several meeting rooms in it. And there you're met by the Guildmaster of the Thieves Guild of Onwall that still exists. He's the leader of the Free Onwall movement. That would be Rakel Chert. He's a short man that wears a beret, leather armor, has kind of a wide mustache, very dashing fellow. But he's also not alone. Now, you've met Rakel Chert before through your time in in Free Onwall. He's the one that gives you some of your missions and such when you're striking out against the Brotherhood. But next to him is the gray cloaked figure, tall, thin, hooded figure that you all recognize as the Archmage Bigby. Bigby, when as soon as he sees Mirana, gives a broad smile and a little nod underneath his hood. very sober, very tightly wound individual Bigby is, but among allies like yourselves, he's also very he's known to be a little bit more loosened up. But the two that are standing next to him when you walk into this meeting room and the door closes behind you are a little bit of a surprise to you, because one of them is a shortened gnome and a woman that's standing next to him in a white gown. She's got this tattoo on her face, elaborate blue tattoo like a butterfly. It's got all these little equidistant dots tattooed on her. She's almost albino and has a long mane of white hair pulled back behind her head. And all of you recognize, just from reputation, these two figures. One of them would be, the first would be Cobb Darg himself, and the other is Elaine Mystica. Now, they've come from Iron Gate, clearly. So right away, all of you realize that the mission that you're on must be of utmost importance. For people like Elaine Mystica to be here, for people like Raquel to be here, Bigby, Cobb Darg. It's kind of a moment that really kind of everything sinks into you about how important this meeting must be.
Niala will bow and ask, surely grave matters are at hand. Please guide us.
Raquel Chart nods. He says, everyone, we're friends here. Please sit. Offers you a table in the middle of the room. There's some wine. There's a decanter of ale. Supplies and equipment are in very short supply within Free Onwall. You've been fighting a guerrilla war of attrition for years now against the Scarlet Brotherhood. So the fact that you guys actually have some sort of libations here is a little bit of a surprise, but it also, again, underscores just what is going to be asked of you. Raquel looks around at the table across you. Clearly, all of you know our guests, if not by face, then by reputation. For those of you who do not, the Archmage Bigby of the Circle of Eight. Bigby kind of nods. He sits down next to Marana, smiles over at him, leans over and gives Giggles a little pet on the head.
Have I seen Bigby since I got back from Hetmonaland?
No, it's been about 3 years since you've seen Bigby.
Okay, in like the split second of pause in the conversation, I start, Master, I just got back from Hetmonaland, and there was a forbidden city there, and I made friends with the Toph people, and I have so much to tell you. And
he kind of chuckles a bit. He puts his hand on your shoulder. He goes, we can talk later, Mirana. He goes,
yes, Master, yes.
And next to Cobb Darg and Elaine sit down across the table from the bunch of you. And this is Elaine Mystica, and this is Cobb Darg, Lord Mayor of Irongate. Darg nods, kind of looks at you guys, kind of a smile, starts to pour some of the decanter of wine over there. As Niala mentioned, this is a matter of great consequence. Business must be discussed directly and promptly, despite a snifter of white feather brandy. He looks over there. I've been in dialogue, as many of you might know, with Lord Darg, Lady Mystica, Bigby. Getting us equipment, getting us much-needed supplies, getting intelligence. We've often discussed a way that the kind of army that we would require to sweep away the Brotherhood could be procured, and unfortunately we've always ended up at an impasse, unfortunately. Frankly, the Scarlet Brotherhood is deeply entrenched in the city. All of you have seen it yourselves. You've seen our brothers and sisters walking around in irons. You've seen the way they so flout their authority within our city. They walk around as if... He looks like he's about ready to get angry and carried away, but man, just suppress it. Needless to say, a direct sort of war that we might need to scatter them to the wind is not within our capabilities. So we've talked about allies. Irongate, as you know, have their own problems. Bigby has done what he can, but unfortunately, that is precious little compared to what we would need. However, we've had an opportunity arise. It's an opportunity that we must seize if we're to ever see the Scarlet Brotherhood leave our fair nation. This has to deal directly with the Ullman folk of Hepmona land. He looks over at Marana, and Bigby kind of pats your shoulder again. I told you we could talk later, he whispers in your ear.
I sit up really straight.
For decades, as many of you know, the Scarlet Brotherhood have conducted raids upon the proud Ullman tribes of the southern continent. They steal their natural resources, they conquer the least of the groups and throw them in irons, spiriting them away to the Tilvanut. This is not unlike what is happening in our land. The chief of the largest Ullman tribes, who is chief among chiefs, truly, he is a man named Zipil. For months, I and Cobb Dog, he looks over at the Lord Mayor, have engaged in talks with Zipil. We've been imploring him to consider joining forces with us, that we can mount an offensive together as three against the Brotherhood. You see, all of our nations, we surround them. And together, the three of us, if our might was combined, we just might stand a chance. Unfortunately, Zipil has always resisted such a call. He fears reprisals against his own folk, understandably. But 3 days ago, we've had a difference of his opinion. You see, 3 days ago, his only son, Prince Oatley, decided that he would have no more of the status quo. Prince Oatley is a charismatic and powerful warrior, and he whipped up a number of his own warriors from nearby tribes, and he gathered them to his banner. He decided he wanted to make war with the Brotherhood wherever they dared step foot on their shores. His first target was a small foothold that the Scarlet Brotherhood have on the ocean. Unfortunately, he underestimated the might and the resolve of the Sul. After decisively winning some small skirmishes against the Brotherhood, he brought his forces to the port. And he found out that the port was nothing but bait for a trap. And Oatley had swallowed it completely. His men were butchered around him by a large, magically hidden force. This forced the survivors of the attack to retreat, and they fled for the safety of a nearby ziggurat temple. Lady Mirana, I'm sure that you are familiar with these tiered pyramidal constructs.
Familiar? I did my dissertation on ziggurats. Oh, I'm sorry.
Elaine Mystic gets a little giggle. Kind of stops it. In some ways, they were fortunate, Prince Oatley and his survivors, because when they moved behind the temple, they found out the doors sealed behind them, and they proved utterly invincible and immovable. At the same time, they were surrounded by their enemies, hopelessly trapped and consigned to die in ignominy, starving in the cold and the dark. When word of his son's actions and ultimate fate reached the ears of Zipil, it was not long before he reached out to Lord Dog and myself with an offer of alliance, provided we're able to successfully rescue his willful son and return him to his home. This is the state of affairs as we see them now. The Ullmen are not a magically adept folk, but they boast a nation of fearless warriors of great skill and great ferocity. They're noble in character, and they would make for fine allies, the sort of which, when you add to ours and Iron Gates, might well scatter the Scarlet Brotherhood from Scant and into the water of the Azure Sea where they belong. Therefore, the situation at hand represents a singular opportunity to cement an alliance with the potential to change the tide of history in our favor. This is why I have brought you to myself. This is why Lord Dog, this is why Bigby, and this is why Elaine Mystica are here. If we are to be free once more, the son of the Ullman King must be rescued at all cost. You are our chosen agents in this. He looks around at all of you. We've been fighting this war for years. Our equipment dwindles, our manpower dwindles, the resolve of some of our, even of our most powerful agents dwindles. Hope is in very short supply within Onwall. He looks across at all of you. You are going to change that. Now, at the same time, Bigby, myself, Lord Dog, Elaine Mystica, all of us, we thought to go on this mission ourselves. We thought not to bring you here at all. But the truth is, this is a mission of great peril, and you may very well fail. If we were to go there and fail, the resistance would crumble. Therefore, despite the fact that we wish we could help directly, our agents are going to have to win the day rather than ourselves. He looks at the bunch of you. Now, I know that many of you have questions, but before you ask them, I will turn the floor to Lady Mage and the Lord Mage to discuss some particulars of the situation. Elaine looks over across the table at Bigby, and Bigby stands up. Pat giggles on the head a little bit and circles around. All of you know what has been said, Bigby says. The ziggurat is utterly impenetrable. This is why the Scarlet Brotherhood themselves have not entered to chase down Prince Oatley. They have tried all manner of magical attempts to transport themselves in, whether they be through dimension door, teleport, even teleport without error, plane shift. It hasn't mattered a bit. All of their agents with the capabilities to do this have been lost forever. Therefore, the salient question would be, how will you enter yourselves? He looks over at Elaine. Elaine stands up. For those of you who don't know, my magic works on a different level than most. My magic, though I apply the invisible art, as do many of you, he looks over at Elaine, over at Bigby, and looks over at Marana. My magic is also a magic of the mind. I have scryed this particular area, and though my eyes cannot see within, I believe that I have the ability to throw wide the door of the ziggurat momentarily through probability travel. By doing so, I can place each of you within a known area just inside the door. Now, have a care. When I do this, the door will be open for a moment. I suspect that the Brotherhood will be following you in shortly afterwards. So not only will you have to find the prince within the ziggurat, not only will you have to deal with whatever guardians lie within, this is also a race against time. I expect the Brotherhood's agents to be hot on your heels. I expect them to bring the greatest and the most powerful that they can muster. Time will not be on your side. She looks at around the rest of you and sits down. Cobdark stands up on his seat so everybody can see him clearly. We've brought you some gifts from Iron Gate, he says. Nothing just only the few things that we could spare. There's not much, but for our allies, we felt we could do no less. But please, you have questions, I am certain. I open the floor to you. He looks around across the table at all of you.
Fletcher's been kind of keeping a low profile, but he sort of steps up and says, "Well, a rescue mission is a very interesting mission indeed. Normally one would wonder about the kind of rewards that may be on hand. In this case, I'm sure that I might be able to ask your lordships for not money or gold, but information. For rescue missions are of my interest in regards to the Scarlet Brotherhood.
Lord Otter Creek, of the family Otter Creek.
Yes, very much so.
Cobdar brings up. I think I'm familiar with you. Don't you have an aunt? I think her name is... What is her name again? Griselda, I believe. Her name is Griselda. Is that it? Information is my stock in trade.
Very good. I'm very keen to have any insight into where the Scarlet Ones may have taken some of their prisoners. For this is what drives many of us more than any wealth or.
He looks over at Raquel, and Raquel says, "My dear Lord Otter Creek, success will be its own reward in this. For if we are able to cement the alliance, there will be no stone unturned within Scant, looking for your family members that may have gone missing, those of you who have lost livelihoods, goods. When we liberate Scant, and you're all considered heroes of the Resistance, the rewards that you will gain for that, I think, will be far greater." He looks over at Raquel, over at Bigby and Elaine, than anything I could possibly give you.
Well, this goes well beyond my expectations. I will say no more for now.
Nyala leans forward and pulls a dagger out and sticks it into the table and says, "Just tell me that the one who slew my kin will be there."
She looks over across the table, Elaine, and says, "The division of Brotherhood agents that was at the port is known to have come from Scant. Those of you who have encountered Brotherhood agents and have lost much may well recognize the agents that they send to chase you. Some of you will probably... I cannot promise that the one you seek, Nyala, will be there. However, I can guarantee you that the one that you seek is in Scant, and if you do not kill him this day, once our allies are gained, and we band them together, and you are leading a division of them yourself within the streets of Scant, I would suspect the days of his life run short."
Glasha chimes in.
Mm-hmm.
These old men are trapped. They are trapped by the same bad people who have done bad things to us. We have a chance to free them. We have a chance to help them. They help us. We will punish the bad people. We will make them pay.
Everybody is being so serious, and everybody is being so... and the tension is going so high. You hear Marana's pet hyena sitting next to the table. They've been eating a bone there next to her. All of a sudden start laughing. Just this little chortle. Like, this little laughter.
And when she does, Glasha loves animals so much, you should see Glasha break into a big toothy grin.
You can see Glasha's fangs, because she's more orc than half orc.
But loves animals.
Glasha just kind of looks down at her. The spotted hyena sits there, her fur on her back, all up in the back. Giggles is looking up at Marana.
Glasha goes, "Good doggy."
And I'm gonna try to unobtrusively quiet Giggles under the table, and looking nervously at Bigby and Elaine Mystica in case my wizard reputation is plummeting right now.
Bigby looks down at Elaine, looks down at Giggles, looks up at Bigby. Bigby just kind of shrugs his shoulders, and she looks over at her. And he goes, "Don't ask me. She didn't have her when I was his master." Raquel looks at you, and across the table, he puts a large leather bag on the table and turns it upside down and starts pouring things out on the table. "Any of these objects that you wish you may take. These are gifts given by Bigby. Bigby kind of pulls out of it, strews out 10 arrows and a scroll. Lane Mystica is sweeping aside some of the stuff that she brought, which are a pair of potions. Lane mentions, this one here would bestow the strength of a hill giant upon the one that would drink it, while this one here is a potion of vitality, will restore your vigor, relieve exhaustion. Kabdar kind of points over at a couple things, a potion and another scroll. This one over here is a potion of healing. I would expect that you would need it. Well, this one is for those of a priestly bent. Points at one. Raquel kind of skirts aside a pair of gauntlets in there and this thing that looks like a piece of a ram's horn. This is a pair of gauntlets of dexterity that I once won from the Isle of the Ape, he says, tapping on them. They're yours now. I've outgrown them. This here, he puts up the ram's horn, touches a hidden button on it. A blade jumps out of the end of it. This is called a horn blade. It's rather rare. Short sword, hidden, touches it again and sinks back magically into the horn. Puts it over there. For those of you who wish any sort of standard non-magical adventuring gear, all you have to do is speak of it, and I will see to it that it is given you. Any of you who wish any of these goods ahead of me, please take them now.
I'm gonna mouth, and I'm gonna try to be subtle to Niall, but probably I'm not that subtle. And I'm gonna try to mouth, "Did you memorize read magic?"
Blood and thunder stuff for Niala, I can tell you that. that's her stock in trade.
Did Gareth hear something about a potion for clerics?
The scroll here is of a
scroll.
He kind of pushes it over across the table to you, Gareth. He says, written on it, I've had the following spells inscribed upon it. One of them is cure blindness, another is cure disease, and the other is cure serious wounds.
Thank you.
He says,
Very
I
fine
believe that that would free you up to cast whatever sort of prayers that you wish in more of a combat mean. You know,
Fletcher has his two little hands on the edge of the table and is just like sort of, he's looking hungrily. You can just see his eyes and a bit of his nose. He's looking hungrily at those gloves and kind of wondering whether, if anybody's not going to claim them in about 3 seconds, he's just going to sort of
walk over.
Okay. Fletcher, you go ahead. Anyone who takes any of this stuff, please go ahead and note them on your...
Galasha is totally... goes at first, you see her smile at the hyena.
Mm-hmm. The hyena just kind of looks up at her and kind of looks like it kind of pushes its bone a little bit in your direction on the floor, like almost trying to offer you some of it.
And she just goes, good doggy. And then takes the potion and says, the potion of giant strength, full giant strength.
Okay.
This is good for bad men. I will take it. I will crush them.
Yala asks what the arrows and scroll are.
Bigby looks down at you. He says, these arrows are potently magical. He says, they are more powerful than your stock in trade enchanted arrows. He says, looking at them. He says, these were won, he says, in particular, from a warrior in the employ of Ayers. You can tell by the black fletchings at the end there with a bit of red, he says. Also, on the scrolls, he says, I have personally inscribed magic missile, sleep, and web. 3 very rudimentary spells, but nonetheless quite effective. Ray Kelchert looks at the bunch of you. He says, please take what you would. Ask what you would of questions of us. Ask what you would of normal equipment. Time is of the essence. I would think that Elaine would want to send you forth more swiftly than later.
Neil, I think the scroll would be better for you. I have various ways of doing all the spells on that, and they might be helpful for you as well as the arrows.
Surely.
Okay. Anyone else?
Since I fought with these people before, who do I think would be most skilled with the use of the horn blade?
Probably Fletcher.
I'm just going to shove it across the table to Fletcher and go, take it.
Okay. Very well. Fletcher takes the horn blade, and unless anybody wants to claim them, he'll take the gauntlets as well.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay.
So I'll claim one of these 2 potions, but I think it would make sense for someone else to claim another one, so that in case one of us is lost, this resource isn't entirely lost.
I'll carry one. Just tell me what you need me to carry.
Remind me, the vitality is if you can go without sleep, and what else?
It cures exhaustion.
Exhaustion.
Helps you rememorize spells, right,
It
Carlos?
does, yes. That's what I thought he was alluding to with the go without sleep part of it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll sort of edge my hand towards the vitality potion, and unless somebody smacks it, I'm going to take it.
Raquel looks over at Gareth and just kind of smirks, and he says, "You're going to be left out, my friend."
Oh, what? I've got Portubo on my side, and I've got a very serious hammer.
He laughs a bit. He says, "That's what I like." He says, "Courage and conviction both. Those will serve you well on your mission ahead."
Who should take this healing potion?
I'll carry it.
As you are disseminating the different magic items, I believe that's it. Everything is spoken for at this point, for the exception of... No, that is everything. Everything is spoken for at this point. With that being said, Elaine Mystica walks up to the bunch of you. She stands up from the table. She says, "Do any of you have requests for mundane items?"
Yes. Do we have a cold iron or silvered bastard sword?
She looks over at Raquel's shirt. "I will make the arrangements for one to be brought to you before you depart. Cold iron or silver?"
Yes.
Very well.
And how will we recognize the prince? Does he bear a signet? Is he distinctive?
He shows you a drawing. Unfurls a scroll and shows you a drawing of the man. He's a very powerfully built Ullman man. He wears a lot of feathers, kind of a multicolored, almost golden feathers in a headdress and in a all over his armor, as well as his shield. This is Prince Oatley. This is showing you. He's got the dark skin, broad nose. He's a very powerful looking man, very noble looking. He says, "He may not recognize you, remember." He says, "To you, you'll be strangers. Also, you may look to him much like Scarlet Brotherhood agents, so be prepared."
How can we gain his trust?
I speak Ullman.
She looks over at, Raquel looks over at you and looks over at Marana, looks back at you and smiles, says, "I think you have your answer."
I have a question for the smart people.
"I don't know. Who's he speaking to exactly?" Raquel looks over at Cobb. "I think he's speaking to you, Bigby." Bigby just smiles and says, "Please."
The Scarlet Fiends tricked the Ullman Prince, yes?
The nods.
Now the Ullman Prince is trapped, yes?
Another nod.
What if we were to be trapped? What if this is a trap?
They all look at each other very briefly. "The thought has crossed our minds," Cobb says.
So you said us?
Elaine Mystica looks at you and says, "The truth is, we're not quite sure. The intelligence on this is scant. if you'll pardon the pun.
I laugh uproariously.
So does Giggles.
After a few minutes, Glasha goes, "Ha!" and looks confused.
Opening the door from the in, it may just be as simple leaving the ziggurat as opening the door from the inside. Then again, this might not well work. I'm certain that I can pierce the protective barrier that makes the temple proof against magic momentarily. Scrying inside, this barrier has defied me. We haven't been able to contact Prince Oatley or his men. Therefore, the mystery remains, I'm afraid. This is why you have been called here. You are our most powerful and trusted agents. We have utmost faith that you'll find a way, even when a path forward seems impossible.
My lords, your ladyship, my sagacious companion makes a most pertinent question. We have a way in, but unless we have a way out, then I suspect it'll be a question of finding the right door.
Chert nods and shrugs his shoulders a bit. Lord Otter Creek, I have traveled far and wide across the Flannex, and in those points beyond. There is a time when boon companions of mine traveled to a place called the Isle of the Ape. We were in the jungles, it was steaming, it was terrible. There was no escape. We knew that the worthies such as Tensor, his ilk, Zagig, all of them had failed in this place, in this fell place. There was no way out, or so we thought. And yet here I stand before you today. I know that with all of your resources, all of your intellects, all of your skills bound together, you will find a way, if for no other reason than you know the stakes. He looks back at you. You know what is to become of Onwall should you fail. Therefore, I know you will succeed. You will find a way out.
Glasha looks over and goes, "Maybe we die. We die for a good cause. Maybe we live. We kill bad people. We die, we kill bad people. Win-win situation."
The door opens up to the side, and a young boy, halfling boy, who's staggering with the weight of it underneath his arms, comes in the door. He puts a scabbard down in front of Rakel's shirt. It's a bastard sword. He turns around and walks away. I believe this is for you, Lady Lorevan.
Pull it over and pull it out.
One side of it is edged in silver, the other is edged in cold iron.
Perfect.
He nods.
2 for 1.
He nods.
She smiles for the first time since we've all gotten together.
Niala's a serious piece of work.
Glasha likes this.
Oh yeah, Glasha would love it. So, all of you, do you have any more questions?
Marana wants to. So, just to be clear, the ziggurat is in Hepmonaland, right?
It is in Hepmonaland.
And since I know Hepmonaland, I want, and I've adventured with these folks before. I want to just sort of give everybody a once-over and think, because I know of the effects of humidity, of a worse climate, and I want to use whatever knowledge I have gained over the last 10 years to help my companions to deal with the tropics, as it were, if there's anything that matters. Or if maybe there's some equipment that I would know about that we should get.
Well, normally if you were going to be outside, you would totally think to yourself that, yes, there's definitely a certain equipment loadout that you should have. However, being inside of a ziggurat, that may be an in and out, it may be a moot point.
Okay.
However, if you do ask questions about Hepmonaland and its particular what you can expect, Rakel Church shows you a map, and the map is right now up on they twitch, or it should appear after the lag goes away. He says that the first item that you see there is where the Scarlet Brotherhood's port is. The second one inside of that is this ziggurat. In the event that you should have need of a map, it is yours.
Do we need to go ashore at their port, or is there another place on the coast where we can go ashore?
Elaine says, I intend on trying to transport you directly into the ziggurat through probability travel. I doubt that you'll have to leave its bounds. However, she says, looking over at Raquel, perhaps if, when you leave, you find no way out otherwise, perhaps commandeering a vessel at the port through stealth might be an option. He looks over at Chert. Chert nods. A wise stratagem.
Out of character question, what caster level is the scrolls at? So if magic missile's at like 11th level or something, do I get 7 missiles?
Yes, that is correct. And the scroll is written at 12th.
Okay.
Both of the scrolls are written at 12th. Good question. Anybody else have any questions?
The arrows?
The arrows, +2.
+2. Okay.
On that cleric scroll, I got Cure Blindness, Cure Serious Wounds. What was the third one?
That would be Cure Blindness, Cure Serious Wounds, and Cure Disease.
Thank you.
He looks over across the bunch of you. Lady Mystica, make the transport. She nods. All of you, please join hands. She walks over to all of you. She goes over and she grabs one of Giggles's paws, grabs Marana on the other, closes her eyes, and all around you the world seems like it starts to hum for a moment. You can almost feel the barriers between worlds growing thin and indistinct. Everything around you begins to go transparent, translucent slightly, more and more kind of fading away. The reality is fading away, becoming more insubstantial around you. The last things you hear is from Chert and Cobdog. May your gods be with you. Bigby nods in your direction, Marana. And finally, you are all surrounded in these inscrutable mists. There is no up, there is no down, there's no direction. Everything is just this infinite, misty surrounds this environment. Elaine, you can feel yourself starting to move, pushed forward to some direction, even though this place doesn't really truly have them. Elaine eventually that sensation of motion stops. And Elaine opens her eyes again, bright and blue. I leave you now in the ziggurat. As Raquel Church said, may your gods be with you. She nods. And all of a sudden, as the world begins to resolve around you again, becomes more and more real. The mists dissolve around. Everything's starting to go black, utterly dark, all the way around you. Until all of you at last are ensconced completely in darkness. Everything is totally black everywhere around you. All you can see is, all you're able to see is not even really each other. It's just absolute darkness in here. You realize you were on the prime material plane again. The air is very still. It's dry. All around you, everything is cold. It's the act of being out of the sun for a very long time. Scent of ancient dust comes to your nose. But besides that, utter silence. What will you do? And by the way, before we go a step further, since we're playing first edition right now, I'd like somebody in the group to be nominated as the caller. He'll be the person that when we're in combat situations and such or when they deal directly with the party that I will correspond with directly. Which one of you would like to be the caller for the party on our session this evening?
Who's tended to lead us in our past adventures?
Either Glasha or Niala or you.
Me? Really? Okay.
Well, you have to remember you're usually the highest level person in your group, so you guys aren't neophytes.
How do you feel about leading Niall?
Y'all, I was planning on mapping
Okay.
so that we wouldn't get lost. So I think probably somebody else should probably be calling.
I will nominate a caller unless you guys pick somebody soon.
Ask about mapping.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm now. Oh, you're gonna go. You're gonna be caller, JC.
If you want me to, but somebody
caller.
else can.
You're the caller.
Okay.
Okay, JC. You guys are all surrounded completely in darkness right now. Please tell me what you're going to do.
I start fumbling through my backpack and remembering I should have asked for torches.
Mm-hmm.
My infravision isn't showing me anything?
No, your infravision sees nothing but cold all around you. In fact, it's almost like whatever is around you is just drawing cold, all the heat out of the air. Like the air seems to just bleed cold away. I mean, heat away everywhere.
And I can't detect what. So it's dark, but can I, from the sound, detect? Are we in a chamber?
You think that you're in a corridor of some kind, just from the sounds of everyone's breathing and such. What light source would you guys like to use?
I've got flint and steel, but I have no torches.
I have flint and steel, but I have no torches.
Magical weapons will work for light sources.
Will invincible work?
Yes, invincible will work.
Out comes the halberd, man.
Okay, you guys see Glasha pull her halberd out. The top of it radiates this cold, beautiful light, and
Our gods
I
will
have
protect us.
I have a named hammer. Did you say that would?
that would
Produce
work
light?
if you wish to use it.
I will. Yeah.
So just to be clear, infravision's not working, yeah?
Infravision is not working. You gentlemen and lady are all in the middle of a hallway right now. Behind
How
you,
wide's the hall?
it's 10 feet wide, and I've put up the map right now on Zoom. Or I should say on Zoom, on
Discord
Twitch.
or Twitch, yeah.
Thank you. You're all in a 10 by 10 hallway. As you can see, your icons that are on the bottom of each of your pictures. Right now, I have Glasha at the front, Niala, followed by Gareth, followed by Mirana and Giggles, and leading up the rear is Fletcher. You're in a 10 by 10 hallway. It extends in about 30 feet. The span in which you guys all stand is about 30 feet wide. I would like you to tell me right now, JC, what your marching order is going to be. And I would also like you to tell me, let me zoom out just a little bit so you guys can see a little bit more of the map, too.
You said this was a 10-foot wide corridor?
It is, yes. And ahead of you can see that the area opens up somewhat into kind of like a circular chamber.
Okay. What do we think? Should we go 2 wide or 1 wide?
2.
Yeah, call it 2. Sure.
Okay.
Glasha is of such size, you will note by your icons.
Yeah, I'm on my
Too
own.
wide of her is not going to be possible.
Okay.
I'm a big girl.
Glasha's a big girl.
Big, beautiful girl.
Yes. Behind you, by the way, that door stands. All of you know from what you've heard from your from Raquel Chert and the rest of them. They're outside of that door is probably crawling with Scarlet Brotherhood agents. They will probably be here soon. But right now, it's weird that no sound is transmitting through the door at all. So either they're being awfully quiet, or sound does not penetrate that door. The door, before you even ask, seems to be made of solid stone.
Okay. Glasha, do you feel comfortable leading?
Yes.
Okay. Who should bring up the rear? Maybe Niall or Gareth?
I have pretty good armor, so it doesn't matter front or back, but I'm a tough little dwarf with strong armor, so front, towards the front makes more sense.
Your axe glows.
What do you think, Neil?
Your hammer.
Yeah, but we can't see anything, so.
I'm fine either way. My sword's a dancing sword, so I can attack from a rear position just as easily as the front.
And Gareth, as you guys pulled out your magical weapons, as you can see that on the map that's there on Twitch, that area that is lit right now, there's a fog of war effect on the screen right now. So you can see pretty clearly within the area that is lit brightly. The other areas are shadowy based on your light source.
Elaine Mystica did say that the transportation would allow them to come through the door. We need to leave here quickly, I think.
Does it make sense for us to spike that door to slow them down?
Yes.
I've got spikes,
okay.
But it may make a noise on the other side. It may bring them faster.
They may well already know we're here.
Gareth, are you going to spike the door?
Yeah, I'll if I may, I've got 5 spikes. I'll use a couple of them on that door.
Gareth, being a dwarf, is very skilled with stonecraft. Gareth, as you're starting to take stock of the walls and such, as you're looking around you, the walls of this place look like they've been crafted out of solid obsidian, like volcanic glass. The darkness in the air. Now you realize why you couldn't see even reflections or anything right now. It's this utter blackness, the walls. But yet when you start to spike on the ground, you kind of expect the obsidian to chip and to shatter, but it doesn't. It acts more or less like normal stone. So right away, your dwarven nature tells you that what you're dealing with right here is not typical.
Did the spikes, will they go in under the door?
Yes, and you're able to spike the door. You feel like actually it takes the spike better than normal stone should have.
Thank you.
Here's my proposal for a marching order. Glacia up front, 2nd rank. Gareth, Fletcher, 3rd rank. Marana, Giggles, rear, Neil.
Sound good?
Works for me.
Okay.
Fletcher, is there any kind of trap or anything you could rig near that door?
I could try. Yeah.
Fletcher, what are you going to try and do something then?
Well, problem is, as far as a trap is concerned, I guess, unless it were something with one of my oil flasks and a bit of.
You feel like you could rig up something like that.
Okay, so maybe I'll rig up an oil flask. I have 2 oil flasks.
Okay.
Rig up an oil flask, or I try to rig up an oil flask and have it hang with perhaps a bit of burning cloth. Any piece of cloth will do.
Okay. I just happened to be reading up on the rules for this the other day in the DMG as far as ad hoc traps go. So please roll me a percentage die.
Okay. 52.
Okay. You feel like you did a pretty good job on it.
Right. Okay.
So right now I have everybody in the marching order set up on the screen. There'll probably be a little bit of a lag to it, but you guys can see it right now. What will you do?
We don't see any particular details of the circular room ahead of us.
No, it's a little bit. It's a little bit too dark at this point. Will you go forward?
Yeah, but very cautiously. Like our goal is, I think, to see where we're going to go before we kind of blunder into something.
Got it.
I think,
Okay.
But Glacia, just to be cautious, going to go tapping ahead a little bit.
Okay. What you're going to use the butt of your halberd to do this?
Yeah.
So I assume. Okay, Glacia. You go forward into the room ahead. And as you do, what you see ahead of you is as follows. The room expands quite large, actually. It is, and I'm going to move the map so you guys can see it. The map, in front of you is about a 50 by 50 room. All right. All around the walls, the obsidian has been carved into a relief. Okay, it's hard to see what it is with the light as dim as it is, but you can see figures on the walls. You can see all kinds of detail that's been carved in there. It's very of quite ancient make. In the middle of the room, there's a 10-foot wide pool of water. The water is utterly black, and it's completely still.
Okay, I'm already detecting unsafe ceilings, floors, or walls, if I may, like at least within a 10-foot.
I'm going to. You go ahead and you're looking for them, and I assume that Gareth is also looking right now for strangeness of the same sort. What you see is that the area is flat. You think that you're on the ground level, is your assumption, both of you. It seems like this would be right about where the ground should be, so you're not underground yet, or above ground. Around you, the obsidian is definitely of natural make. However, it is definitely enchanted somehow. Gareth, your investigation was able to discover that firsthand, but just kind of looking at the detail on it, there's no way that this stuff could have been carved the way it was without using some kind of enchanted tool. There's just no way.
I see.
So, what will the rest of you do?
We see no exits from this room.
No. However, what you do see is that you're starting to hear something. This is you, Niala. But at the rear, behind you, the door is starting to kind of feel like it's like someone is testing it.
They're coming.
That was quick.
Yep.
Should we lay an ambush or press ahead?
Press ahead.
Okay.
Niall, there might be secret doors here. I don't know if we have time to look for them.
I will sweep along the northern half of the room first.
Please roll me a 6-sided dice, Alan.
2.
Alan, your investigation does not reveal anything of the like within the room. I would imagine Fletcher and Gareth are also looking for secret doors using their particular abilities. If you guys could, please roll me both of you roll me a d6.
5 for Gareth.
Mm-hmm.
3 for Fletcher.
Okay. Neither of you see any secret doors at all. All you see ahead of you is this still pool of water.
Can we get a sense of the depth by looking?
No, because everything is made out of obsidian. This water is black. It looks like it. To you, the water looks black, but you're not sure if that's because of the translucency against a black surface, or if the water itself is actually black.
And how high is the ceiling?
Above you, the ceiling towers about maybe 30 feet ahead above you.
Do there appear to be any exits along the ceiling?
Looking at it, you cannot see anything that looks obvious. Gareth looking with being a dwarf. Your opinion is engineering-wise, it would have been difficult to do that.
So I'd like to tie an iron spike to the end of my rope, drop it into the water to try to probe how deep the water is.
Okay. All of you see Gareth walk over to the water, ties a iron spike to it, and kind of drops it into the water. Nothing seems to happen until you get about maybe 10 feet into the water, Gareth, and you can start to feel a current, like an undertow. Something is pulling at the water. Now that strikes you as strange because the surface of the water is completely still.
So I'll let them know there may be some kind of cross passage, but it's underwater.
Well, we're going to have to swim our way in.
Yeah.
That sounds terrible.
Yes, it does.
You can swim?
All of you are not accomplished swimmers, but you can swim.
Okay.
We don't know what's down there.
I'm carrying a lot of metal. I'll sink like a rock.
Oh, yes, you will. Oh, yes, you will.
So
For those of you guys who are following along, I've decided right now, for the moment, since we're in a static position, that we've got a roller up there right now with everyone's character sheet, so you guys the crowd can get a quick look at everyone. Please go ahead.
So Nyala will pour out her canteen of water, and hopefully there's half a breath in there.
Okay. Pour out your canteen of water. Everyone else?
Oh boy.
Giggles is looking. Giggles is sniffing at the water right now, kind of looking at it.
I'm
Okay.
I'm going to follow, and actually maybe do one better. I've got an ever-full canteen, and so I will begin to pour clean water into that dark liquid and see what happens. Having a care not to empty the whole thing.
You're pouring the water into there, and as you're pouring the water into there, you're realizing that there's a disturbance on the water when it hits the surface, but not as much as there should be. It's not like it's causing ripples to cascade everywhere. It's like it gets 3 or 4 inches and just the water seems preternaturally clear, or calm, I should say. It's almost like that there's some sort of an enchantment on the water that leaves it calm.
Did you bring the spike back?
Sure, I'll pull it back up. I mean, it does hit a bottom about 10 feet down, but I feel current.
Let me change. Let me
Oh,
calibrate your expectations there. It did not hit a bottom. What it did is it hit an undertow, like a feeling, like a pull of some kind going down about 10 feet down. There was no bottom that you found. Gareth, what you do see, though, however, is when you pull it out, and the small bit of the disturbance in the water stops, the pool reflects your appearance completely flawlessly. It just is something you see your own face looking right back at you as you pull it up, and it almost seems like maybe that was the whole purpose of this water's stillness, as it was used as a mirror.
Was it reflecting the face before putting in the spike, or only after?
No. He just happened to notice it just now because he was kind of poring over it and paying attention. It was doing it beforehand too. Behind you, you can hear the door starting to. It's definitely being tested now. It's like people are working on it.
But Marana goes through her pack. She needs to is there any way of waterproofing my spell book?
Everyone is going to look at each other, I'm sure. Giggles kind of nuzzles his face up against.
Blasha kind of looks over. She's not the smartest person, or smartest half-orc, but she does understand a little bit about things sinking.
Okay.
So she asks, "How far is bottom?"
we don't know.
I am big.
I'm heavy. We do not know. I would suggest if we're going to go in there, instead of diving in all together, we put somebody on a rope, somebody small, send them in, pull them up in about 2 minutes, and see what happens.
As you say that, Garuth, everyone is looking at you and Fletcher when you're saying someone small. You realize that everyone is looking at you
Someone
I'm
who's
300
small,
pounds, so not going to be me.
somebody who's small and is used to water.
Hey.
Well, Fletch, that looks like it's you, buddy.
I pull out my silk rope and I ask, I guess, who would be kind enough to hold me up?
Glasha being about
Glasha.
300 pounds plus full on armor. Good choice.
Yeah.
So
I'll do it.
I put one end of the rope in her hands, and I tie the other to my waist, and I drop it.
Okay. All of you are watching Fletcher kind of almost rappel down the side of it, and he just kind of looks up at you one more time and then drops in. Fletcher, the water as you get into it it's cold. It's really, really cold water. It kind of takes your breath away a bit. It has a certain feeling of wrongness to it. There's something about it that just feels like spider legs crawling up the ladder of your spine. There's something about it that just cloys at you the wrong way. But as you continue to sink downwards, You start to feel that undertow beneath you. Are you going to continue to go down?
Yes, I will.
Okay. Galasha, you're letting it go, letting him go, and all of a sudden the rope just starts to pull really hard.
I'll grab one to help.
Okay. Nothing coming up. Fletcher, you're still right there at the bottom of it. The water's pulling you down. You're not sure how long you're going to be able to hold your breath like this. It's still pulling you down, but the rope's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Glosha and I cannot pull him back up. Correct?
You can if you want. Are you going to pull him back?
I think so. Because I don't know.
Garuth, because you guys want to pull him back up. Fletcher, you're starting to feel the rope starting to get pulled back up. Are you going to go with it?
Fletcher lets it go and lets it be pulled down.
Garuth and Galasha,
we gotta move.
you feel all of a sudden you pull up. There's a lack of resistance there. All of a sudden, you pull the rope up, and all you're left with is an end of a silk rope.
It ate him. It ate him.
Oh no!
It's almost like Giggles can sense your worry. Giggles is walking around the edge of the pool, sniffing. Behind you, you hear something hitting the door.
It's our only way out. I think we need to take it.
All right. So, is there a way for me to peel off my plate mail and tie it up into a bundle?
It is, but it will take a little bit of time. Are you going to do it?
Who knows how long this thing is? It could lead anywhere. I can't go underwater wearing plate mail. I've got to do it.
Okay, so you start to tie up into a bundle. You can do that. Is anyone else going to shuck their armor when they go in?
Not me, but I am going to take my spellbook and put it in my large leather bag, and I'm going to try to really tie that up as watertight as I possibly can. And I'm going to use my darts to really watertight it, and I'm going to jump into my backpack with my spell components.
Okay.
My scroll.
Okay, you go ahead and you do that. You feel like it's as tight as you can get it. Something hits the door. You hear something break in the door outside, like glass starting to shatter and fracture.
Into the pool, friends?
Who's the first one in?
So, Carlos, you had set a fire trap down at the end of the doorway, correct?
I did, yes.
All right. I'm going to toss two my open flasks down there and add them to the mix.
Okay.
So that when it goes off, they go off too.
You got it. Done. Okay. Who's next in?
I'll go last.
Okay. Galasha, are you Garuth and Marana going to go in?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I've got to. Yeah, I'm gonna hold on to my gear. It's all wrapped up in a rope. Apparently, I bundled it up all well, and I will hold on to it and drop it in with me and go.
Okay. All of you are doing this. You're going into the water. The first person that goes in is Marana. Marana, you get in there, and Giggles is looking at you. Giggles does not look like he wants to go in the water. But so coaxing a full-grown hyena into the water is going to be tough.
Good dog.
Okay. How? I'm going to dig out the hyena treats.
Okay, you dig out a hyena.
The
hyena kind of leans its head forward. It's looking at you, sniffing at your arm.
Yeah, and I kind of swim back
Showing
with
its black kind of gums.
Come on.
Giggles looks like he's apoplectic for a second, and he jumps in with you. Splish!
Okay.
He starts trying to eat the hyena treat.
Yeah, and I'm gonna kind of try to dive down with Giggles.
Okay, you dive down with Giggles, and you're both going into the water. Your experience, Garuth and Galasha, is slightly different. When you get in the water, both of you, the water starts to churn slightly around your bodies. All around your arms, it's starting to bubble and sizzle. I need both of you, Garuth, take 2, Galasha, take 2 hit points. It's burning you, almost like it's something intrinsic about it that it's so foul and so bad that it feels like it's trying to kill you. From the water itself is trying to kill you, burn you alive. Nyala, the door splinters open, and you see this fireball explode down at the end of the hallway. You hear, it's a try. You hear all these voices going down here. Nyala, you recognize the Sul tongue being spoken down there.
Marines, we are leaving!
Glasha and Garuth, are you going to go down despite this water burning?
Yeah, I thought yeah.
Okay,
I'm holding all that heavy armor and stuff.
Right.
I assume I'm sinking.
Oh yeah, you and Glasha are going to go right down, past Marana. Nyala, are you going to follow them?
No, I'm guarding, drawing my dancing sword, and waiting for them to get clear.
You see shadows in the fire. You see people trying to put out the fire with water. It's oil, you hear.
Send the dancing sword down to attack.
Okay.
And draw the bastard sword.
Okay. You send the dancing sword down the attack. It kind of floats slowly through the air. Just kind of languid and slow through the air.
Is that normal?
Oh yeah, read the description of your dancing sword.
Okay.
Your dancing sword was damaged in the fight.
No, I knew that. I just didn't realize it was pokey.
Yeah, the reason why its name is lento, which is a musical term for slow, is because it was damaged and now it just is a waltzer. It doesn't dance fast.
All right.
Are you going to attack?
Fortissimo.
Yeah. Okay. You command it to go. It starts going a little bit faster down the way, and you start to hear somebody scream out down the hallway. They're here! You hear.
So I look in the water. Is everybody clear? Is everybody in though?
Everybody is in the water. The last thing that you hear before you go back, somebody yells down the hallway, "Get the Shodin! Get the Shodin!" That's the last thing you hear.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I will jump in holding my bastard sword, and when I get to the bottom, I will call the dancing sword back.
Okay. You do that. All of you now have this similar sensation that I can describe to all of you since you're all in the water. The feeling as you get in the water, you're holding your breath. Some of you are burning. Your flesh is burning a bit from it. You sink down about 10 feet, 15, 20, and all of a sudden the water just feels like it pulls you down like you're in a waterfall. You rush downwards, all of you, just this interminable length through the water. And finally, you feel yourself drop from a great height, splashing down into another basin of water. All around you, the water explodes up in the air, rains down. When each one of you hits this new basin, the new map has been placed on the board. You are in a new area, a squared area.
Presumably, I experienced this, how many rounds before the other guys arrive?
Probably about maybe 3 rounds.
Okay. So that would give me time to move away from wherever it is they're dropping.
Oh yeah. Well, each one of you, because the water is in there, even if you fall on each other, it's not really a huge deal. There is no sense of pull at the bottom of this basin. It's like a destination, not a way to traverse. Looking up at the ceiling, Fletcher, as you get out, every one of you is getting out of the basin. I would assume, especially Garuth and Glasha, because the water is subtly burning you. Looking up at the water, it pours out of a hole in the ceiling and just drops down in this constant waterfall of black water rushing into the room, this basin on the ground. It's a 10-foot wide basin, obsidian. The walls again are completely obsidian. The room is kind of squarish. It seems about 50 by 50. The ceiling, as I mentioned to Alan earlier, is about 30 feet high. What will you guys do?
Well, if I had time, if I had a couple of extra rounds to take stock,
okay.
The first thing I'm going to do is I would probably hit the side of, just sort of try to hide in shadows to the side of one of these walls. But on the other hand, like, I have my magical sword. Okay. I pull her out.
Okay.
If my infravision is not working.
Okay. Echo is in your hands right now. Your infravision is working, and you sense that it was working. You sense it was working upstairs. The only problem with it is it's the simple fact is it's so cold in this place, and the walls are made of such composition that infravision is a little bit truncated in here. You feel that if you saw something else that had body heat in it in the hallway, it would appear. Just that there's nothing in there so far, so you haven't really been able to see anything.
Okay, so I would definitely Echo in order to get at least take stock of the sort of general shape of the room. You know, get a notion for the four
What
ends.
you see is you're at a crossroads. This room is at a crossroads. Okay, it has there's hallways that lead in each of the cardinal directions, to the north, to the south, to the east, to the west, all around you.
So, Carlos, can I roll for hide and shadows?
I already did.
Oh, all right.
Mm-hmm. And you feel like you hid in shadows. Okay, where would you like to hide approximately?
So maybe I have this. You know, I could. I mean, is determined direction of travel at all useful here to get a notion of where?
For those of you who can see it right now, by the way, at the top of our screen there on Twitch, you may have seen the crow flying. Thank you very much for the Canadian Gamer for the cheer. We really appreciate it. Go ahead, Fletcher. Fletcher, now where are you going to go? You said north. You said north wall.
I'll just say the northwest. So upper right.
You go to the northwest. As you go to the north wall, and you're kind of at the edge of it. I'm going to move the fog of war slightly so you can see a little bit more of what you happen to see down there. There's a statue at the end of the hallway there. The statue is made of obsidian. It depicts an Olman woman that's standing there. She has a spear in her hand, a shield. She looks very noble, kind of looking off into the distance.
Right. Okay. I don't want to come anywhere near that.
Okay.
I'm not kind of hiding it on the side.
Okay. As you disappear into the shadows, everybody else starts dropping into the room. That would be another 5 for each Garuth and for Galasha. And you're going to need to dry off, or this stuff is going to continue to burn you, you're sure.
Dry off.
Yeah, you guys are starting to dry off as best as you can, using whatever you can. The problem is you're all waterlogged right now.
Yeah.
So this stuff burning, it's almost like it's probably going to have to air dry more than anything. You're fortunate that in the cold, the air is going to take care of that to some degree, but it's also probably the chance of you catching a cold in here is great because you're all going to be waterlogged and you're all in the cold. Anyway, all of you start to drop in one after another. Marana, you come out first. Giggles pops up, panning and doggy paddling over to the side, kind of climbing out, shaking his fur.
I pet Giggles with one hand, while with my other hand, I unwrap my spell book.
You unwrap your spell book, and you see that some water has leaked into it, but not enough to damage it.
Oh, God.
It's not enough to damage it. It looked like it was in pretty good shape. Fletcher is nowhere to be seen, Marana. Giggles is still shaking her fur off. Then this huge splash comes in the water, one after it, as Galasha and Garuth come down. Galasha comes down, first of all, like somebody dropped an anvil out of the ceiling. And then Garuth comes down afterwards. He looks like somebody was throwing a hammer at the Olympics and they didn't let go because he's got that bundle of armor in his hand. Splashes down to the water. All this black water flies up into the air. They look like they're in pain, actually, as Garuth and Galasha get out.
Hello.
How would you two like to dry yourselves off? Could you explain to me what you want?
Which two?
Anyone have a good idea?
Garuth and Galasha, because you guys are in
right now.
Well, I stripped off my gear, so I'm just gonna kind of give it a shake.
Okay.
And
Yeah, same.
I don't have a towel, but I'm gonna shake like a dog coming out of the pool.
Okay. Giggle sees you guys doing that and just is kind of mimicking it like it's a game because he was doing it. And he saw you guys then start to do it, so he starts to do it more.
I see Giggles.
starts to laugh again, the hyena kind of giggling a little bit. It's echoing around in this weird kind of unlight room that you're seeing around you. All the relief on the walls of the obsidian walls. it makes almost the air itself kind of a gray. Then the Niala comes falling out of the ceiling, like another round later, splashing into the water. Following her, you see the sword kind of slowly go down through the water and reach into her hands, almost like she's the lady of the lake as she pops her head out.
He says, as she's grabbing the sword and sheathing the bastard sword, "They're getting Suwagan. We must get away from here."
Not good.
Fletcher is nowhere to be seen, guys.
Fletcher,
While my companions are discreetly coming down the elevator, I'm crawling my way to the east, so the right hand side. I'm kind of doing my own exploration. I'll reveal myself in a minute, but I just want to get a head start here before everybody.
Fletch, as you do that, I'm going to move the fog of war again, and you're able to see that, much like the other hallway, this one ends in a statue. Again, an Ullman woman, spear in hand, just kind of looking off into the distance.
Okay.
Hey, Prometheus, good to see you, man.
This is where I'm going to pull Echo out and come out of my hiding in shadows. Now I've determined there are no enemies and no immediate traps, and I'm starting to get a notion of what might be the layout of this place. And I casually welcome my companions.
Fletcher walks out of the shadows, so you everyone can stand. Yeah, Giggles kind of interposes himself between the bunch of you. Before I go any further, as you're going forward, I see someone in the crowd used one of our hero points. Unfortunately, what they redeemed was the blessings of Ralashaz. So the first of your enemies that you fight is going to be at an advantage. So apparently the crowd hates. Apparently the crowd hates. Apparently the crowd hates you. So. Yes, partake of the blessings of Ralashaz, everyone. So, hopefully someone will give you the kiss of Istis soon. But anyway, so you, this is the room that you see, all of you.
Steps forward with sword in hand. You can see him, and he greets you. I congratulate you on your discretion and quietness, my companions.
thank you.
Might I suggest that I've already gotten the layout of half this place. If you could please sort yourselves out, I'll try to get a notion of the other two exits, and then maybe I can offer some useful guidance. And so I head to the southern of the room.
Before you guys are dried all the way off, Garuth, you take one more, and Galasha takes 3 more, and then you guys are dry. Okay, the southern end of the room.
Oh man!
The southern end of the room, Fletch. As you go to that area, you are able to see that the southern end of the room, much like the other ones, is another area in which the corridor ends in a statue. Again, the Oldman woman is standing there proudly holding her spear. And continuing to go around the room, you see the same. On the west, all 4 cardinal points have this statue at the.
Is there any difference in the statues, Carlos, that we
from
can see?
where you're standing, it's hard to tell. You're not doing the investigation. However, I will tell you that Fletcher is unable to see a difference between them all. They're definitely carved by the same person.
I'm being a bit of a pain for my companions, but I'm trying to make myself useful while they all come down and sort
That's fine. This is an RPG, buddy. You do what you do. You.
Fletch is a survivor.
That's right. He is. So yeah, absolutely. I totally endorse the player agency. You do what you want to do. Okay, Fletcher. So you're in this area. You're standing there in front of the statue. The rest of the crew is behind you, drying themselves off, or doing what as they will. Caller Marana, what will the rest of the party do at this point?
Well, I think first off, Marana would just ask if anybody has any ideas why the water would affect Gareth and Galasha different than anyone else.
Gareth, you kind of have a little bit of a burn on your skin in places. Galasha took it a lot worse than you did, but she's able to take more damage than you. I assume that Garuth and Glasha are getting dressed again as well in armor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Fletcher, what are you talking about? I felt nothing untoward.
Yeah, nobody else was burned?
No, nobody else was burned except you two.
So that water doesn't like half-orcs and dwarves.
Well, who does? Really?
Marana,
Hey, now.
Garuth, and Niala, please roll me a 20.
Who was that, Carlos? Sorry.
20-sider, please.
16.
16 for
for
you,
Garuth.
16 for Garuth as well. Is that what I heard, Garuth? 16?
Yes.
Okay.
Me too.
Yes, you as well.
18.
Okay. Garuth, it strikes you that no one else except for you and Galasha is wearing a holy symbol.
Yep, I was thinking that.
Well, this is an evil place indeed.
Why, yes, it is.
This bad place not like our fashion sense.
No, it does not. Marana,
So
please.
so statues in all four directions.
Correct.
I'm going to tag along with somebody with light, and I will look at them just because I know a little bit more about the Omen culture. I want to see, do I think it's the same woman? Also, is there anything I can determine about this woman from...
cultural significance for you. I need one more 20 from you.
For me?
Yeah.
7.
The style of these statues is a style that hasn't been done in Omen culture in centuries. Obsidian in the Omen culture is generally it's used for weapons. However, there is a religious significance for it. The overgod of the Omen people is a god named Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl is god of the air, the god of the sky. He's a very goodly god. As much as Omen gods are good, they're very notably inscrutable. They're very prone to weirdness and kind of an alien outlook on things. However, Obsidian is also associated with Tezcatlipoca, who is their god of darkness, their god of evil. He's very similar in a lot of aspects to Thurisdan, actually. Culture.
That's reassuring.
In fact, some scholars believe that they're actually the same person, just interpreted differently by the different cultures. Now, what you do know is, according to the Omens, Thurisdan has destroyed at least 3 cosmos in the history of the Omen people. At one point in time, the sky was made of, the sun. They called it the Earth Sun because it was made out of solid Earth. He destroyed the Earth Sun, and so you went into a new era. He destroyed the Sky Sun. Hey, thanks for the cheer. And they went into a new era. Now he destroyed the Water Sun last of all, and that is why you're left with a Fire Sun in the sky of Earth. That's what the Omen people believe.
I will chatter all this information to my companions, but I would like to substitute the words "a nameless god of darkness and entropy" for the word Thurisdan.
Yes, okay. That's probably a good idea. Are you going to speak Tezcatlipoca's name out loud? Or Quetzalcoatl's name out loud, for that matter.
I'm going to roll my wisdom or less. I do not do that. I say that I will maybe just call him the smoking mirror.
Okay.
Isn't that his...
And as you say the smoking mirror, Marana, you kind of look behind you. You look at the water, and the way the water falls out of the ceiling and kind of hits the other pool, and it mists a little bit, kind of gives you a little idea of maybe why it was designed the way it was.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll...
Glasha, something is, you feel something at the back of your leg right now.
There's something on the back of my leg?
Yeah.
I swatted it.
Giggles, winces, and whimpers as you do that. It was trying to lick you at the back of your leg.
Baby!
It kind of scoots away a little bit and walks over to Marana, eyeing you in the darkness.
Why did you do that?
Come here.
He doesn't like to get hit.
I don't like hurting animals.
Well, you were spooked.
I feel bad.
You were spooked. What do you want? Okay, so anyway, Marana, what's the party going to do?
Be right back.
So again, no obvious exits.
Leslie was so upset by swatting that animal that Glosha ended up leaving. That's terrible. Animal abuse on the Castle Entertainment stream. Okay, so anyway, what are you going to do, Marana?
If I could ask real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, Fletch.
Somebody in the chat gave me Fultus's light, says that I can heal.
Yeah, we'll give you... Fultus's light is actually a healing that you will get right now. So hold on for a moment. I will roll you a Fultus's light. Oh, wow, that's max. You actually got 9 hit points back.
9. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, whoever that was.
Yeah, who in the world did that? That's awesome. I didn't even see that. Okay.
I missed it also.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you for letting me know. So I get locked into this, and sometimes I miss these. So okay, Garuth, you feel almost like the grace of Fortubo reinforces your health and your strength. Marana, please tell me what the party is going to do.
So, friends, we could search for secret doors. Carlos, we don't think that the pool continues down anymore, right?
No, it does not continue down to the best of your knowledge.
Anybody have any ideas besides looking for secret doors? We could statues.
Yeah, I would like to see. So that pool, there's water coming down, but it's not pouring out into the room. So there's got to be a grate or something at the bottom of it. I'd like to poke around there and see if there's something there we can break or open.
Garuth,
take your holy symbol off.
Are you going to try?
Well, I can't do that. I'm proud of my faith.
Are you going to test it with your spike trick again?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay.
Tie a spike to the end of the rope, and there's got to be a grate or something. Otherwise, the room would be filling with water.
Right, Garuth, you're testing it, going down with your spike. You get to the end of the rope. You feel no kind of a pull. Nothing. It's just kind of like nothingness as you go down there.
So the water just keeps going down.
It just seems like it keeps going down.
Well, that could be another exit. We might have to take another trip in the water.
What will you do, Marana?
Sorry.
Marana, please, your party caller.
So should we look for secret doors here? I maybe investigate the statues more closely. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. So, how many lights do we have? Two
right lights? Now. You have Glosha's and Garuth's. However, you could also use Nyala's magic sword as well. Or actually, Fletcher's weapon would also glow.
Maybe we have 2 lights are looking for secret doors. Nyala and who else is good at it? Fletcher, maybe. And then I'll take a light from. I'll go with one of the other lights and investigate a statue more closely.
Okay. Glosha, you have been given a gift of Daern's Resolve by the group. You have a +2 armor class bonus for your next encounter. So see, the crowd is starting to come up to your guys' side. Okay, nice. I need to know which direction everyone is investigating in the room. Marana, please tell me where everyone is going.
So, Marana, you need to go with somebody with a light, correct? So I'll go with Marana.
Okay. Garuth and Marana are going together in which direction?
Anybody have just do it at random or anything?
Grab one. Yeah.
Okay. Sure. So let's say Nyala is looking to the south for secret doors.
Okay.
And Fletcher will look to the north for secret doors.
Okay.
And we will look at the west statue.
Okay. I'm moving everybody up into their positions. Everybody else is going to the west. Is that what I understood?
Yeah, I think that's good.
Okay, so everybody else begins to go to the west. I need everybody to roll me a d6, please, to begin with. Please, okay, we have 3, we have 4, we have 1, we have 6, and we have... Leslie, what do you have? You're muted, I believe.
He has 2.
Oh, he has a 2. Okay. Okay, this is what Garuth is to the west. I'm going to begin with the group to the west, all right? The group to the west goes over there, and I have everybody's icons that I'm moving over there as we speak. you're over there looking, and being that you're a dwarf and stonecraft comes naturally to you, it seems pretty apparent to you that behind this statue is a secret door. Whether or not it will be easily passable, it seems like you would have to either squeeze by or move the statue somehow in order to get to it.
Let's immediately return to our fellows.
Okay.
And tell them exactly what the secret door we found looks like, on the premise that there might be more identical looking secret doors behind the other statues.
In the meantime, Nyala, at the end of your hallway, you do not happen to see any kind of evidence of a secret door. Fletcher, when you're up there at the top, you're investigating. You do not see anything that strikes you as a secret door right away.
Okay.
However, as you're getting ready to leave the west area, Giggles is sniffing around at the floor of the statue and is kind of, it looks very intent at something, which catches your eye, Mirana. Mirana, he's sniffing at a swath of blood that is on the wall that is relatively fresh.
Okay. Fresh blood, huh? On the wall.
Yeah.
How close to the statue is that?
Very close to the statue, within about maybe 5 feet.
How does the splash of blood... How is she holding the spear?
The spear is being held directly upright, the shield in front of her. So it's not like it couldn't have been one of these, it came down and struck. It had to have been a jab or something. It doesn't seem like the statue could move in such a way.
Okay, and the statue all looks like one stone piece.
It does. It looks completely one stone piece. Nyala and Fletcher, everybody is starting to reconvene in the middle of the room. Please tell me what you're going to talk about.
What do you think, friends?
I found nothing. Stone yielded no secrets to my gaze.
There's a secret door to the west behind the statue. There's also some evidence, I think, that there might be a trap or the statue attacks in some way because of a blood splash. Do we want to head west or look for more secret doors like that? We can check the east.
Lamashtu, good to see you, buddy. I knew you'd show up because I took your name in vain earlier tonight.
I think it's a good idea to check the east.
Okay. Let's all go together to the east. And keeping alert for blood splashes and the like, and let's see if there's an identical secret door there.
Okay. The entire party goes to the east. I need everyone to please roll me a 6-sider. 3, 4, 1. Okay. As you get over to that side of the room, there is no apparent secret door in that area. It doesn't seem like it's the same. Although the statue is identical, you don't see a secret door right away.
And Fletcher and Nyala looked behind the statue to the north and south. Is that correct?
Yeah, I took that into account.
Okay.
Now, that does not mean, by the way, necessarily that there is no secret door. That means that you did not detect a secret door.
Yes.
Okay. So, what will you do?
Do we want to head west? West it is.
Okay.
Okay. Fletcher, help me out here. Let's assume that there's going to be a trap or the statue is going to attack us or something, and let's try to avoid that.
Thanks, Lamashtu.
They feel very leery about this.
Thank you so much, Lamashtu. Man, that's awesome. That's very generous of you. What's the rest of the party going to do now?
Well, we're talking about it.
I'm feeling very leery about these statues, and I got my gauntlets of dexterity on, and I really want to try to figure out whether maybe not any kind of traps associated with we're on the western statue now. Is that right?
Yes, you're over at the western statue, and you're starting to feel around for it.
So if possible, I'm sort of...
You're checking for traps. Okay, I'm checking for traps. I need Nyala, please, to roll me a 6.
I
so sharp are your elven senses that something just happened in the water behind you.
I will knock a bow as I turn and hiss a warning to my companions.
Okay, you turn around. What's floating in there is it looked like there was a flask of oil that had been on fire that somebody dropped through the waterfall into the basin in there. It's been stuffed because of the water. It's just kind of floating and bobbing in the water right now.
I think they've disabled our trap.
Meanwhile, Fletcher, you do not see any obvious trap, but what you do see on the ground is there scrapes on the ground in front of the statue, like somebody. It can be moved forward and backward on the ground.
I immediately relay that. Niall is the most proximate to me. Is that right?
No, actually, Marana is the most proximate to you.
All right. So I immediately let her know, and I kind of move away because if we're going to move this thing, we need.
Yeah. I think it sounds like we should try to move it, but before we do that, I'm going to take my hooded cloak off, and I am going to tie it around the statue. Not that I believe that this cloth, if the statue were to animate or something, not that I believe that it will restrain the statue, but I wonder if it would at least delay the statue because it would be all tangled up or something like that.
Okay. You guys see Marana come up, and I'm going to move a couple people around because I see that I've got Jason, I've got you where I should have Fletch. Okay. You start to tie around the arm or the spear of the statue, I think, JC, you said?
Yeah, just...
Okay. You start to tie around it. It's waterlogged, your cloak. As you tie around it, you're tying around it, and the arm of the statue begins to move down. The eyes look down at you. I need everybody here to roll me initiative. 6-sided dice.
Why am I at the front?
Oh no. Yep.
Okay, we have a 1, we have a 4, we have a 2, 3. We have Glacier. What do you have? 5. Okay, you're muted, by the way. What do you have, Fletch?
Not 1.
Oh, there you go. Okay, we have lots of 1s. That's good. I like 1s from my
Yeah,
okay.
Les,
Actually,
you're
however, Niala, such as your dexterity bonus, that you will go first right now. What will you do? You're relatively near the back of the group right now. You see this thing start to animate, and it looks like it's going to hit Marana, but behind you, all around the room, from the other areas where the statues are, you hear scrapes of stone on stone.
Oh gosh.
Let's take them down one at a time.
Yep.
Concentrate fire.
What will you do, Niala?
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize I was first.
Yeah, it's your first because of your dexterity bonus.
Yeah. I will. So we're at the west one by the secret door.
Yes.
I will web at the corridor to the north to web that one in, assuming that I hear noises coming from that direction.
You do hear noises coming from that direction, and you begin to cast web. Next would be Marana. Marana, you see this thing's spear starting to move towards you. What will you do?
Refresh my memory on first edition. Can Giggles and I safely withdraw without taking a free attack?
No.
No.
However, Giggles is not in threat right now. You are in threat.
But I am. Okay. Yeah. I think I just got to get out of here. Yeah. I'm gonna cry out something like it's coming to life, and back down the hall, and I'll say let's pin it into the hallway, and I guess my goal would be to get out of the hallway.
Okay, you're going to turn and then run out of the hallway. Okay. You have the last move right now, Fletcher, before this thing will attack. Please go ahead. What are you going to do, bud? and somebody just disappeared off of the site entirely. That would be Leslie.
Yeah.
Les disappeared. Okay, no big deal. Les will come back, I'm sure. Please tell me what you're going to do, Fletcher.
So I'm doing the same. I'm heading out. Like, there's no way I'm going to stand toe to toe against a statue on my own here.
Okay, you turn and run then as well.
Right.
My brave party members running away. Okay. Okay. As you're doing this, all of you turn and look. You're facing now where Nyala is. Nyala has her spell components in hand. She tosses this gossamer bit of spider web into the air, and the spider web shoots forth out of her hand like a giant net and starts attaching itself to the corners of the hallway in front. You see motion behind this web. It seems like whatever is behind it is hemmed in. Now it's a turn. This is what happens. And I will move for Glasha if she's not back in time.
And just to clarify, Carlos, I was doing the one not where we saw the secret door, but to the north.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. The web is in that area.
Okay.
It is going to attack you, Fletcher.
Oh, gosh.
The spear, as you are turned, you see the spear whistle over your head, like it's been lunged over your head. It's a spot where you might have been a few seconds ago, but it misses you. The force of it, you can feel that the kinesthesis, the air pressure of it up against your back, because the statue is so strong. It would have taken your head right off with that thing.
Oh, my.
You're back in the middle of the room. You and Marana are running into the middle of the room. Giggles runs the opposite direction and runs past and is barring the way between its mistress and the statue, growling at the statue like it, almost foaming at the mouth. It's your turn right now, Garuth. What would you like to do?
Am I in range to bash that thing?
You are not in range to bash it. You are in range to throw at it, or you get the impression that there are statues coming from all four directions right now. You can throw at this one, or you can move towards another one. At this point.
Actually, I'm thinking of a spell, actually.
Okay, what would you like to cast?
I'm thinking this might be a good time for a bless or a protection from evil.
Okay.
The protection from evil is only gonna help me. Could I cast a bless? It's got a Yeah, it'll last for six rounds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd like to cast Bless. It raises everybody's 2 hit by +1.
Okay, you begin to cast Bless. You hold your holy symbol, calling upon the power of Moradin. You can feel the power of Moradin starting to fill you, even in a fell place such as this. The other statues are clearly moving towards you. You begin to see them appear out of the alcoves in which they are standing. They are all about maybe 8 to 10 foot tall. These effigies of Ulman women coming at you through the thing. The one at the north is still bound behind the web. It is held in place. It seems to be. It doesn't seem like it was smart enough to avoid the web, and it seems to be struggling against the strands of it. What will you do? JC, I believe. No, excuse me. It would. Yeah, it's your turn first at this. No, excuse me. I take that back. It is. It is on Yala's turn first.
Yeah.
Yala, what would you like to do?
So I'm not rolling initiative again. It's for the whole combat.
Yeah, okay. The whole combat.
Alrighty. So I will turn and swing Lento at the statue that attempted to attack Fletcher.
Okay, so you're going to move into the alcove and kind of bar the way along with Giggles then?
Sure.
To do that? Okay.
Yep.
You move into the area. You guys all see. Some of you are running forward. Some of you are running back. Nyala runs over to where Giggles is and confronts the statue. Please roll me a 20 for your attack.
You've got a +1 from that bless spell.
Yes, and he also has another plus coming too. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Yeah, I'm even with my +3 total. I'm only getting a 7, so I'm assuming I'm missing.
You go ahead and you hit the thing. You bite into its. You said you're hitting it with Lento, right?
That's correct.
Okay. It bites into the obsidian. Right away, you realize this obsidian is ultra hard. When you hit it, the sparks fly off of it to the point where you can actually feel something roll, the impact of it roll up your elbow, like when you hit a baseball on a really cold day from the end of it. You almost thought for a second you chipped Lento, but you didn't. It hit really hard, but it didn't manage to do that. We have a Daeron's Resolve going to Fletcher right now, so you're at a +2 armor class. And right now, Galasha is going to move. Galasha is reinforcing your group to the south right now. She gets in the way of the oncoming statue. So she's interposing herself between the two of you, pulling out her halberd invincible against them. Next would be Marana. Marana, please. Oh, actually, I take that back. Giggles is going to attack now. Giggles is attempting to bite this statue because it doesn't know any better. Giggles tries to bite the statue, and you hear this terrible sound of tooth on obsidian that sounds more like it hurt Giggles than it hurt the statue. What are you going to do, Marana?
I'm gonna. So the map's pretty small on my screen, but the statue is still within the hallway, right?
Yes, it is.
And what's blocking the statue from leaving is Giggles and Nyala?
Nyala and Giggles are there, yes. And I will move the map up a little bit further so you can see it. I was moving it to try and capture everybody in the screen at once, but I'll do the dramatis personae. Here. Okay, so there you go. And I'm going to move people around while you speak, so go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to take out my Wand of Magic Missiles, and I believe I can fire 2 in a round, so I will do that.
Okay. You pull out your Wand of Magic Missiles. Please tell me what you're going to do. How it works.
Let's see. Roll some damage here, and assuming they work... minimum damage, 2 and 2, 4 points.
The wand explodes this in brilliant white light. The missiles that come out of it. You're standing there in the corridor, Nyala, and you see one of them come over your shoulder, arcing around in this brilliant flash of white. Another one seems like it curls underneath your arm so it can go ahead and hit it, like these homing missiles. One of them explodes in this burst of force against them. Another one does. Does not look like the statue is hurt all too terribly badly by either one of them. That's your turn. That's Giggles. That's Nyala. It is your turn.
Nyala will yell out and say, "Beware, hitting it. It may well destroy your weapon," I think.
Okay. Your turn at this point, Glasha. Glasha, what would you like to do? And you're muted, I think, right now.
Type it in the chat.
Yeah, if you can't go right away, that's no problem. I will have you. You can go ahead and do the. I will go ahead and move to Fletcher instead right away because it's an allied move, so I don't really mind doing that. Okay, we'll go ahead and move with Fletcher right now. Fletcher, what are you going to do, bud?
So Fletcher's out of the alcove. Is that right?
That is correct. Fletcher is out of the alcove.
So what Fletcher wants to know is that is if we are in danger of all 3 of the statues that are moving out of their alcoves.
Yeah, no. 2 of them are coming at you. The one has been webbed at the top.
Right, and so there's nothing moving in the east. Is that right?
The east is coming towards you. Yes. It's just at a distance right now.
What Fletcher's going to do is he's going to hide in shadows again, and what he's going to do is try to backstab that eastern coming statue. He's going to go way around. He's going to ignore that western statue and going to go and try to backstab the.
Okay. Fletcher goes ahead and blends into the shadows. You feel like you did a pretty good job of blending into the shadows, and you're going the long way around to do that.
Right, and so the idea is that when that thing comes out of its alcove, I'll be in a position to backstab it.
Correct. Leslie, can you hear us yet?
He can hear, but he
still
can't
muted.
talk.
Okay, great. In the chat then, let's go ahead and see what we're going to do.
And Carlos, I did get a Dare's Resolve from someone, and I applied that to Giggles.
Okay, awesome. Giggles is at a +2 armor class right now bonus because of his because of Dare's Resolve. Les, you're still muted, so go ahead and either tell us what you want to do on the chat or tell us what you want to do on the Twitch feed, please, because we can't hear you, I'm afraid. Going back then to get... Oh, Les is going to attack South guy. Not or not if you want to attack the South guy that you're close to. Okay. So you see Glasha go running forward and attacking the statue to the south. Please roll me a 20, Glasha, and throw up your results on screen, if you would, please. Type in your results, please. 6. Okay, Glasha goes ahead and she swings her Invincible, her halberd at it. It hits the thing, and again, the same results that you had, Niala. Sparks fly off of the thing. It seems like the weapon just screams up against it. As you do that, we've just had a Wink of Rudd's Eye redeemed. Actually, then that is going to be a hit, because you were just close enough to hit. Glasha, please roll me your damage. This is a large creature as well. So Glasha is going to attack. She's going to hit. And that would be for you, Glasha, for the sake of the group out there. That would be a 2d6 for damage on that. And Glasha is going to roll a... I feel like I'm watching a silent movie. This is awesome. What'd you roll? I saw excitement there. I saw excitement with a 13. On a 2d6, how did you roll a 13?
Strength bonus.
Oh, he added strength bonus. Got it. Okay. Glasha hits the thing. You see sparks fly everywhere. Shards of obsidian rain down when Glasha hits it. Glasha actually moves the statue. It is so heavy. Fletcher, you're close enough to see this. Marana, you're close enough to see this. Garuth is close enough to see this. Something lands in the water in the middle of the pool.
Oh, shite.
Garuth's spell comes off. All of you feel reinforced right now, invigorated by the strength of Fortubo. It just kind of washes over all of you. You feel stronger, faster, more agile. Garuth, it's your turn this time again. And it looks like we lost our friend. Oh, no, we lost Garuth, just as it was his turn. Awesome. Okay, well, I will go for Garuth then. Garuth is going to attack. He's going to move over to reinforce less. And Garuth does that and attacks. And I will move just a little bit so you can see a little bit where you're fighting. Garuth rolls a 15. Okay, Garuth hits and manages to do 6 points of damage. The hammer hits the leg of it. It looks like Garuth knows what to do because it's made out of stone. It looks like the damage that he did was probably better than you should have expected. Just a tremendous shot on the leg. The parts of obsidian just fly off. More shards of it come up forward. We got a bonus in here called the Wink of Rudd's Eye for everyone. You're all moving in now at another +1. Whatever hit the water in front of you is crawling out of it. It looks like a man that's in waterlogged dark clothing. Okay, their turn. The statue is going to attack either Giggles or
I'll try to draw it to me.
Or Nyala. It will roll. Odds are Nyala. Nope, evens, it's Giggles. Nope, you tried your best, but it seems fixated on Giggles. It leans forward, attacks Giggles, goes clear over Giggles' head, misses wildly. And I seem to be rolling like crap tonight. That's awesome for you guys. Terrible for me. And somebody else dropped out. Who did we lose now? We lost... wow, it's just... And then there were 3.
That was
Les, yeah.
Jason.
Jason and Les are both gone now. Okay, that's awesome.
So JC, while you were away, I got a +2 bonus that I applied to Giggles.
I don't have to,
AC.
as it should turn out, I don't have to hit player characters to kill them in this game. This is like new for me. Okay.
A +2, what kind of to what?
For this combat counter, +2 to AC.
Yes, +2 to AC for right now. So okay, you are going ahead and doing that. You're striking like that. Jason is coming back right now as we speak, so forgive me. Everybody that's watching right now, we're having technical difficulties on player side. Sorry about that. Everybody's coming back one at a time here, I see. So, okay. Jason is back. That's good. Jason, while you were gone, I had Garuth hit you left just as everybody was leaving. Somebody just attacked and gave a Blessings of Ralashaz. So the bad guys get a +1 on this one. You guys happen to see the character that is coming out of the water right now. It is a dark-clad figure. It is in the middle of the water, and it sees everything that's going on around it. Right now, you're pretty close to where it is. Fletcher, coming as you're going around the scene.
It hasn't noticed me, has it?
Has not noticed you yet, apparently. The east statue is now right here on the screen, as you guys can see it. This is what you see right now. The group is the red in the middle is presumably one of the people that is chasing you.
Right.
I will go ahead now and let's see if Les is back before I go ahead with my round, or what else is going on. No, okay. It is now your turn. Excuse me. It's a statue's turn over at the side. No, it already missed. Go ahead. Please go ahead, Alan. Nyala's turn.
Alrighty. Now, am I able to use the wand of magic missiles and just basically stop using the sword and do that?
Such is your dexterity that yes.
Okay. And am I able to do I know? I don't know the creatures behind us from the water yet, correct?
No, that is correct.
Okay, then I won't send it dancing. So
unless you want to yell out, Carlos, if Fletcher wants to yell out and announce that he's there, will you do that?
Just, but from the image you've shown us, the map, I figured I'm probably in a better position to try to backstab that thing that just came out.
You are right now. It appeared right when you're right there. So if you want to yell out, you can go ahead and do that, but you'll give away your position.
Right, that's the thing. Is like I was going to try to pull a fast one, sort of like can I attack and then yell out, as it were.
Oh, you could do that, but first we're going to resolve Nyala's thing. I just want to know if you want to yell out right now, you could do that as a free action. Okay. Nyala, you're going to go move to your wand. You said instead.
Yeah, so I want to pop the wand and squeeze off 2 magic missiles into the statue. So that's a total of 6 more damage to it.
Okay.
And the command word for my wand is Corvidiac.
Corvidiac it is. You've seen this before, Mirana, that Nyala's spells all take the form of her motif is ravens. And from the tip of her wand, these dark ravens explode forth and is flock towards the statue. Please roll me your damage.
6 points.
Okay. One of them explodes in this feather, this fury of feathers around. Another one hits it, another explosion of feathers. It kind of seems like it staggered it back a little bit. It is your turn right now, Mirana. What would you like to do?
Huh. Okay. So it did seem to be damaged by Niala's magic missiles.
It did seem like it was now damaged by her magic missile. Hey, and there we go.
Yeah.
We have less back. Okay.
I'm gonna say Niala.
In this case, I would go so far as to say more is less. I killed myself. Anyway,
am I unaware of the figure in the fountain, or do I know of that?
You are standing in such a position that yes, you are aware of the figure in the fountain.
Okay, I'll definitely call out. One's come down the fountain. It's a figure in black. If we lure the statues out, maybe they can help fight our new enemies, and we can slip through the secret door. Okay. So I'm gonna call to get Giggles to retreat to me as cautiously as that's possible.
Okay, you yell for Giggles. Are you going to do anything else?
Yes. Can I? I'd like to step. I'd say maybe just around the corner there, but I don't want to get closer to the new guy, and I want to cast Monster Summoning 1.
Awesome. You begin to move to the south, and you begin to cast Monster Summoning 1. Now, as you may have seen, for the purpose of speed in these games, I have told you guys what your Monster Summoning will bring forth. The exception for that is yours in particular, because I wanted yours to be a little bit more unique. So you begin to cast Monster Summoning 1. Are you going to try and bring forth a particular monster?
Gosh, I don't think I have anything in mind.
Okay, you're calling for a general monster. Okay.
Yeah.
You will be next, Fletcher, but Garuth it's your turn now. Garuth, you're standing there in front of this in front of the statue. You had attacked once because you're a dwarf and this is made of stone. You feel like you know where to hit it to hurt. You also know something else. You are aware of what kind of creature this is, knowing that stonework. This is a kind of a creature called a caryatid column. You've seen them before, okay? Now, caryatid columns have they're golems, but they have a very unique property to them. And that is when they are hit, they are of such hardness that the possibility exists that you can break your weapon on them. There's a percentage chance that
even for Tubo's wrath?
Even for Tubo's wrath might be subject to it. However, you feel like magic items have a much better chance of surviving the impact than non-magical items. But it's still a possibility.
And I used my hammer last round?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
So what would you like to do?
I will like to bash this terrible creature.
Please roll me a 20.
Yep. 13 plus 1.
Okay.
14.
That is a hit. You guys are at major pluses. Two other things that have just happened. We have another bonus for the bad guys, and we have a bonus called Zilch's Bounty. Zilch's Bounty means that treasure is improved after the encounter. So stay tuned to see how that works out. Okay, you go ahead and you hit it. Roll me some damage.
Let's see. That is D6. That's
Can you guys hear me again?
I can hear you, Les.
Yes,
we can
hear you.
Awesome. You guys are rallying now. Okay, what'd you get?
It was an 8. 6 plus 2.
Okay, you hit this thing and...
Oh, excuse me. I've got a... Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah. You go ahead.
That's correct.
You hit the thing with all your might on the leg, and actually the leg starts to shatter up along the like a fissure up the leg. It is clearly... Two things are in play. Number one, clearly as a dwarf, you have a bonus against this, but also you feel like maybe Fortubo is helping guide your strikes as a god of worked materials, that he's helping you along. Fletcher, it's your turn. What would you do?
Tired of sneaking and slinking around. He's going to pull out that hornblade and try and backstab the newcomer.
Okay. You are backstabbing the newcomer. Roll me a 20. This would be a good time to hit.
And I got a 19.
Oh, nice. Roll me some damage on a D6, please.
D6. Mm-hmm. That's a 4.
Okay. You go ahead. For those of you, Mirana, you're looking in that direction, so you can see this happening. She comes forward out of the shadows. Fletcher comes curling around from the base and underneath it and sticks his character right in the back through the shoulder blades. You actually see the front of the cloak kind of distend a bit, screams out through this mask, this muffled mask, just kind of crumples a bit, falls forward, rolls once, and it's kind of seems like it's reaching up to its feet again. Glasha, it's your turn.
So that figure's trying to pull itself up, right?
Yes, it's trying to pull itself up, but you're also engaged right now with at the bottom of the screen, as you can see on Twitch, with one of the statues.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and attack.
Which one? Statue or figure on the coming out of the basin? Which I'm going to move a little bit.
Let me go for figure coming out of basin.
Okay, so you turn around and you go instead to the figure that's coming out of the basin.
Yeah.
Okay. The figure that's coming out of the basin stumbled forward a little bit, and I will move him into this. You turn around and with the halberd swing through the air. Please roll me your 20 for hit.
Unless we do have a bless in effect, which you might not have heard earlier.
Yes,
Okay,
we have a
so
bless and a couple other. We have a bless going on, and we also have a couple other bonuses.
I rolled an 18.
Okay. You roll for the 18. You hit. Please roll me 2d6 for damage.
Certainly.
5.
That'll be 4.
Okay. Invincible streaks through the air, hits this thing. Through that connection, that empathic connection that you have with Invincible, you almost hear Invincible kind of growl through it as it hits it, almost as if it can sense the evil in the creature that you hit. The halberd swings down through the air, hits him. He flattens against the ground through underneath the weight of the blow. Something else falls out of the ceiling into the water. In the meanwhile, time for the statues to attack. Statue to the west, or the east, I'm going to move first. The statue to the east is coming around to go visit Fletcher.
Oh dear.
And the one to the west is going to... Giggles is now retreated. So Giggles ran back to its mistress over here. That leaves Alan with it alone. So, Alan, you're going to take the brunt of its wrath.
I mock it.
Oh, you shouldn't have mocked it. You shouldn't have mocked it. The spear comes through the air. It hit the black obsidian point of it, scrapes across your armor. Take 4. And I also need you to make me a saving throw, please.
What kind of saving throw?
Paralyzation.
Alrighty. Let's see. And I don't have any... Do I get a dex bonus on that?
You do get a dex bonus.
Okay. Alright. I will fail.
Okay.
I got a total of 8. I need an 11.
The item goes through the air. It scrapes across your armor. And you just feel like all of a sudden everything around you is moving so much faster than it was before. Everything around you just seems to be moving so quick. Not sure exactly what's going on. Now below, meanwhile, since Les turned around, the statue has... I'm going to, on a 1 or 2, it's going to attack Garuth. The rest of it's going to attack the character with the back turned towards it. It's going to go after Les. Glasha, the spear hits you in the back. Pain kind of rolls through your body, but you know that the armor took the most of it. So it really didn't do you too much damage.
All right.
Meanwhile, the character in the water that just dropped out of midair is popping up out of the water. Seeing what's going on, it's kind of curling around to the one side. It doesn't say anything. It's a female with very pale skin, white hair. She looks like she's an albino, but it's her hair has been dyed or something. Black leather armor. The other statue is going to attack Fletcher. with the spear. And it hits as a hit. I need you to roll me a saving throw, Fletcher, please. Paralyzation. Take 4 points of damage. What'd you roll?
4 points of damage, and I rolled an 18.
Okay, that's a saving throw that you made it. For a second, you feel like parts of your arm where it hit you go dead. It just feels like you lose the sensation in it, but you're okay.
Oh,
Meanwhile,
gosh.
across the room, Marana, you feel something has answered your call. Where would you like to place it in the room? Can't hear you, buddy.
Yeah, sorry. Oh boy. So do I sense that these guys dropping into the pool are humans?
Yes, they are all human, for sure.
Okay. So let me see. There I am. So just to make sure I've got this, we've got 2 statues active on the east part of the room,
That's
and then
correct.
2 people have dropped down through the water.
Yes, presumably Brotherhood agents.
Okay, and then we've got. Do I see that something has happened at Niala or not?
You do not see that something has happened in Niala. You're looking at the other way and you're around the corner.
Okay. Since I guess I get a random number of these, right? I'm gonna. I think I would like to tie up all 4 of the opponents if I have the opportunity to in the east.
Okay.
So whatever shows up, I want to disperse them amongst the opponents.
All right. Casting monster summoning. The way it works for you, it's very simple. You've been out in nature for so long. You hold out your hands, and there's seed, and there's pieces of meat and everything in your hands. Things that you would bring, you would call forth, you would try and entice a creature with to feed. And what appears in front of you is as follows. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. 3 more hyenas appear in the room. One of them appears right next to the statue that is with Daruth.
Okay.
One of them appears on the ledge of the basin, which puts it right between the 2 of the Brotherhood agents. One of them, and the other one appears just behind Fletcher. Are you going to yell and make a command of these creatures?
Yeah, I'm gonna just point out the foes and scream, "Get them!"
Okay. All right. Go ahead and do that. These things will attack next round unless they're killed in the beginning of it. Okay, Niala, go ahead. Your turn.
Okay, now do I recognize that something's happened to me? Have I been
Yes, you do.
slowed,
And
or...
yes, you are an accomplished enough wizard to know you have been slowed.
Okay, I will back out into the hallway slowly, and I'll fire off 2 more magic
missiles. It's going to be
missiles.
slowly, all right?
Yeah.
Okay. You are slowly backing out into the hallway. This thing that's the statue, it is so fast right now. It feels like it's just going to be right on top of you the second you move. Next would be Marana, your turn.
It was just my turn a moment ago.
Yeah, I know, but that's the beginning of your spell, and commanding them was a free action, so go ahead.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I'm going to, let's see. I'm going to pump a couple magic missiles into whoever looks the most wounded on the east.
The most wounded character on the east is definitely the guy that's on the ground that is being pummeled by both Fletcher and Galasha.
Is that unconscious?
No, he's trying to get back up to his feet.
Yep. Okay, so I hit him for 3 and 4, so 7.
The brilliant star bolts come flying out of your wand, one of them arcing through the air kind of high and then just plummeting down, hitting him in the back where he's wounded. Another one of them coming up underneath, hitting him underneath the chin. These bright blasts of force. You hear bones snap underneath him. A little bit of blood spatter off of him onto the ground. You see him fall flat to the ground. He's not moving. You're not sure if you killed him or not. He's not moving. Next would be...
and I'll just yell to Niala, lure the statue out of the hallway.
He's not going to have to worry about that because Giggles has visual contact on Niala, and Giggles is running over to interpose himself between Niala and the statue. Giggles is a brave little doggy.
I hope that +2 armor class helps.
Oh, Giggles bit him. Giggles bit on the leg, and you hear glass crunch in its mouth. A little bit of blood comes from the corner of Giggles' mouth that you know is its. But he did damage. I wonder if a natural weapon you rolled a break on this.
I wouldn't think so.
I don't think so either, but it's fun to think about. Actually, Giggles does quite a bit of damage. You hear the glass shatter and its mouth, blood coming out of the corners of its mouth. It gives you enough time, Niala, to get a little bit more distance on it. As JC yells, as Mirana yells, fall back. Giggles looks like it wants to obey, but it doesn't move yet. The next person to attack will be the character that dropped out of the ceiling, who has daggers in her hands and throws them at Les. Go ahead, Galasha. Galasha has some really good armor class right now, but still one of them hits. The other one misses. Galasha, please roll me a saving throw, please, against poison.
Okay, let's see. 18.
Okay, make the save versus poison. You feel as it hits you this burn of pain in there. You can tell poison a mile away. It's definitely the blade of venom. It hits you. It hits you in the shoulder, takes 6, and it comes spinning back out of its hand right back to the character that threw it.
Boy.
She just kind of glares at you. Something else drops out of the ceiling into the water at this point in time.
Oh, for crying out loud.
At this point, however, one of the hyenas attacks that character that fell into the water. Misses. It's your turn, Garuth.
So I understand the situation on the map. I am faced off with the statue that came out of the east.
No, you're facing off with the statue that came out of the south. You're that small icon in front of that one.
Okay, I see. We really got to kill that statue in the west. That really needs to be our focus, guys. Because if we can do that, then the statues and the Scarlet Brotherhood people are all going to be fighting each other, and we can slip out the door.
Agreed.
But I can't turn my back on the statue that I'm in melee with, so I will attack it again.
Okay.
Okay, rolling?
Yep.
I rolled a 2.
Garuth misses the statue. The thing just happens to be slipping around it when you came through with your hammer. You miss it cleanly. Your turn, Fletcher.
Right, and so I'm in a very similar situation to Garuth because
you're north side Garuth.
Right. So as I understand it, I'm facing the other statue that's on the opposite side. Is it south?
The statue that is right next to your icon is the one that my cursor is now hovering over on the on Twitch, as you can see it right there. So the statue that's on the north side of the basin is behind you. You're facing this character that looks like an assassin on the ground that you've been attacking.
Is that the dagger woman? Yeah.
Yes.
Well, that's easy. I guess, I guess I'm going to attack the assassin character because otherwise, I suspect she may do more damage.
Roll me a 20.
Right. Oh gosh, that's a 2.
Okay. You come down and the assassin is barely crawling. It's still alive, and you thought you had right where the head was because it hadn't moved for so long, but it just moves out of the way as soon as you stab the horn blade into the obsidian of the ground. Your turn, Galasha.
Okay, the female who threw daggers at me.
Yes.
I gotta handle this person.
Okay, you're moving towards that one and you're attacking. Please roll me a 20.
That's a 17.
Okay, you roll and you hit 17. Roll me 2d6 for damage. What'd you roll?
4.
Okay. You hit the character with invincible. It hits her in the leg. The leather you hear a kind of a scrape and a cut on the leather, but doesn't really seem like it does a ton of damage to her. She's looking at you. You know she's going to attack you next. You're just looking at her. Meanwhile, the character in the basin is coming up out of the water with a bow in hand. But one of the hyenas comes in and tries to bite him. And misses. The final hyena that is there is going to attack the assassin that's on the ground. And that is a miss as well. In the meantime, the statues are going to attack now. The first one is going to attack Giggles. That is a miss. The statue is going to attack Garuth at the bottom. That is a hit. Make me a saving throw, please, Garuth. That's a 3 points of damage.
I rolled a 6 for the saving throw.
That is a fail. You are now feel like the whole combat is moving at you around you at 1,000,000 miles an hour like a whirlwind.
You said the damage was 6?
No, 3.
3.
Above you, the other statue is going to try and kill Fletcher. That is a hit. Please make me a saving throw.
No.
Take 4.
For damage, I rolled a 12.
That is barely a make.
Oh gosh.
That is barely a make because of the bonuses of the bless and the crowd's bonuses on you. Okay, you feel pain just ripple through you. For a second, again, everything starts to slow down, but you manage to shake it off. The character in the basin is going to attack Galasha from the side. Shoots its bow. That is 2 hits. Take 10.
Already?
Yep. The arrows, one of them sticks into your armor. It's actually it's stuck into your arm. The other one hits you, breaks off of the part of the halberd. The chaos around you, the room is just this whirlwind of chaos right now. Marana, your turn now. What are you going to do?
My turn, you said?
Yes, it's your turn, Marana.
So am I correct that the three humans that have come in are all like within 5 feet of each other?
Yes, that is correct.
They look like they want a sleep spell.
Oh, yes. Okay, you can cast this in such a way that you either can cast them on those 3 humans, or you can get all 4 of the Brotherhood agents, but Fletcher would also be susceptible to it. Yay or nay?
I'm gonna...
Go for it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for it. I assume Fletcher is like me and too powerful for us to be effective at a sleep spell.
Oh, I love it when I love it when the player characters make me laugh. Okay, in the meantime, Niala, are you going to continue to try and slowly get out of the hallway?
So my assumption was that I basically got no action this last round because of the slow.
That is correct. You would get an action
Okay.
this round. That's why I'm asking you.
All right, yeah, so I will pump it with magic missiles again as I continue to try to back up.
2d4, please.
Nice, 9 points this time.
Ooh, the first of the magic missiles screams through the air. The ravens hit it and the side of it. It blows a hole in the side of it. The thing kind of looks down, and as it looks down, the next one hits it right in the face, and the entire head explodes off of it. That one is down.
Yay!
I will yell, "Go this way!"
Ooh. To you, it sounds perfect. It sounds just normal, right? Giggles runs forward and is going to heal at his mistress and interpose himself between all the bad guys and his mistress. In the meantime, Garuth, you would be able to attack now, but you're slowed.
Did the sleep do anything?
It'll come off in the. I'm just
Oh.
doing a little bit of.
Got it.
Actually, Fletcher gets a move and then it will go off. Fletch, what you gonna do? You have no idea that it's a sleep spell that's being cast.
I have no idea about the sleep spell. Did I catch what I was trying to...
Roll me a 20.
That's a 19.
Yeah, actually you do. Yeah, that sounds. Yeah.
Can I disengage these guys? Because I have a statue on one side.
Yeah, you can run in. What direction are you gonna run?
Well, if Nyala is, if what I've understood is that the way is clear on the west, then I'm heading that way.
Okay, you start to run that way.
Yeah.
I need you to make me a saving throw. I'm going to give you a saving throw, even though the spell doesn't usually get one. Go ahead and make me a 20.
This is for spell.
Yeah,
Sleep.
please versus spell.
Oh, that was a 20.
Oh, all right. You just managed to get out of the range of the spell. You see Nyala. She's got these reagents in her hands. She throws up this cloud of sand in front of her and blows it towards the water. It just filters out towards everything in the middle of the room. And you see the assassin in the middle of the room drop down. You see the character that looks like the boyar in the middle of the room kind of fall back into the water.
Yes.
You do not. The character with the daggers does not seem affected by it. However, all three of the hyenas pass out in the room. They're all were there, so they all go down. Right now, Galasha, it is your turn. What will you do?
One last go at Dagger Lady.
Okay, roll me a 20, please. Actually, I take that back. Hold on for just a moment. This is actually, you have 2 attacks this round.
Okay. Okay, the first one was a... Boy, well, first one was a 19, the second one was a 9.
Okay. Actually, Strange 1979, slow, what it does is it basically halves your attacks, and it does reduce speed. So, yeah. Okay, the first is a hit. Please roll me a 2d6, and the second is a miss.
Looking at 8.
Okay, that is a hit. Such is your strength, Galasha, that when you hit her this time, you actually pick her up off the ground. You're right-hander, so she actually tumbles into the water and onto the other side of this. You may have saved her life, but at the same time, you can see the water. She's bleeding into the water pretty good. You would normally go this round, Garuth, but you're slowed, so it's now the enemy's turn. And it will attack you, and it will attack the Dagger Lady, because it's closest to it. Garuth, you are attacked by the one of the statues. That is a hit. Please take 2 and roll me a saving throw. The worst part about slow is it's cumulative. A lot of people don't know that.
Saving throw is a 10. So is that a mind-affecting spell?
It is a mind-affecting spell, and it is actually also you have enough bonuses that it's not consequential. You actually
Okay.
And yes,
And
they are caryatid columns, but they're special ones. Prometheus. What do you got, Garuth?
That was a 10 saving
Yes.
throw?
You feel yourself slowing again, but you shrug it off.
What did you say the damage was I took?
That was 2 points of damage.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, on the top of the screen, the other statue, it is not discriminating against enemies. It sees the Dagger Lady, and it takes its spear and it tries to hit her. And that is a hit. Come on, make this save. Make a save.
No.
Ah! All right. You see her just starting to slow down. She looks at it. She mouths something out and slowly. That sounds like, oh crap. Okay. It's looking up at it. You guys' turn this round. Go ahead, Marata.
Question: when you cast knock, does it open it or just unlock it?
It unlocks it.
But you still have to open it.
You still have to open it.
Okay. All right. Well, I think I'm gonna. Yes, that statue's down. So I'm going to tell Giggles to heal. Stay with me, and then I'm gonna run to where the statue was. Hope to God that's not trapped, and open that door.
JC runs down the hallway. Giggles is with him. You open the door. As soon as you fling open the door, first of all, there's your secret door on the fog of war right now. You fling open the door, and what you see is as follows: a corridor that breaks off abruptly to the north. Giggles is with you. I need you to roll me 3 saves at this point. No, I'm just kidding. I gotcha. No, you go ahead. You open the secret door. It's wide open. Nyala, you can see the secret door is open.
And I will.
Fletcher, you can also see the secret door is open from where you are. Everyone else is engaged with combatants.
And I'm going to call out. I suppose in common, unless we share another language. Retreat to the west, everyone. The door is open.
Okay. You guys all heard that. First of all, now your track is done. Nyala would be next, but she's slowed. Fletcher, you're next. Gareth is slowed right now. No, Gareth, you were slowed last round. It's your turn this round. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you were slowed last round. It's your turn this round.
Right. Well, hey, do I know that door is open?
Yes.
Then I want to back towards that door.
Okay, you're starting to back towards the door, and as you do that, you feel yourself filled again with the might of your god, who's clearly blessing your every endeavor right now. You get back 8 points of health, of hit points of damage. Then you can thank Scottish Jeff for that one from the crowd.
Oh, thank you. I didn't even need that many, but thank you very much.
You're fully healed now.
Nice.
Meanwhile, it's your turn, Fletch. What are you going to do?
I was already headed that way.
Okay, you're blasting past everyone going in there?
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I'm concerned about is Glasha, right? Because she's getting pounded.
Galasha's got one character with her. It's worse than it looks right now. Galasha's got one Scarlet Brotherhood agent that is up. She's got 2 statues that are up.
That northern statue is still stuck behind the
In
webs.
fact, I'm going to go ahead, because those other guys are down, I'm going to remove them from the screen. I will bring them back up as is necessary, just so there's less clutter on the screen. Okay.
Would it be possible if I stop myself from tearing through the door that Amarana just opened, and at least fling a dagger at that Scarlet Brotherhood?
Yeah, go ahead. You're gonna roll. I'll give you a throw on it. You'll be on the a little bit of a minus for it because you're on the run and whatnot. But yeah, you can do it. Give me a 20.
Okay, I am wearing my gauntlets.
Yes, I know. I'm aware.
Okay. No.
Miss.
That's
clean over the head. Clanks off into the darkness of the room. Okay, Galasha, go ahead. Your turn. What you gonna do, big? What are you gonna do, big Galasha?
Oh man,
you got a lot. You're in a sea of enemies. Well, by the way, to the north, the statue that is there rips free of the web and begins to come into the area.
Of course it does. Let's see. If I pull away and just take a turn and run, follow my friends. No, I'm not going to do it. I'm the friggin' fist of Hieronius here, man.
Oh, no.
Yes, indeed.
You dumb half orc.
Exactly.
Fist of Hieronius.
I said I would die for a cause, man.
Oh,
I'm going to try and take it on.
You weren't wrong. Go ahead and roll me a 20. Who are you going to attack?
I'm going to just tear into that Sewell woman again, man.
Okay, roll me a 20.
And no, that's like a 5, man.
Okay, then the halberd misses, cleaves over her head. She sees everybody, all these statues, sees you, and she's going to start taking off too. She is running after your group.
All right.
She runs,
Now,
tries to
Carlos,
run right
which
past you.
Which of them is slowed? Is it both of the Sul people, or just one of them?
She is slowed.
Okay.
But because she is slowed, Glasha, please roll me another attack on her as
Excellent.
the statue is going to attack her.
Okay, that's going to be a 15.
Roll me 2d6.
Superb. And that'll be a 7.
Okay. You are seeing her try and run. She's in slow motion. The spear from the statue woman comes through her shoulder and holds her in place for just a moment. She kind of screams out slow motion, but it holds her perfectly still for your blow, which comes straight down. There's this feeling, you know what, when you're playing baseball and you hit a ball and it's so pure you don't even feel like the ball's there?
Oh, yeah.
Well, it feels so pure, you don't even feel like her body is there, but what you do hear is the sound of something on the ground, and you see her head rolling into the corner of the room.
Oh,
Invincible has spoken. So the head rolls off into the corner of the room. Okay, Marana, you're at the lead of this group right now. Are you going to continue to run down there? Down the hall?
No. So in this hallway, just to be clear, because the map is small for my tiny eyes.
That's okay.
I'm at the front, and then like who's second, third, and fourth?
I will.
there?
I'm going to move it up a little bit bigger for you, so you can see it for your tiny eyes. But just so you can tell, Giggles is behind you.
Okay.
Fletcher is behind that. Nyala, who is slowed, is at the rear right now, and you'll overtake her clearly here in the next round. You'll be able to tell the difference.
Okay.
Behind that, you can see Garuth, just barely in the room, and Galash.
Okay. I think what I want to do is, since the door is open, I want to double back, book past them to the nearest safe, like the nearest square where I can target Glasha, who is slowed, right?
No, it is Garuth who is slowed.
It's Garuth who's slowed. Okay. So
Yeah, but
both our slowed companions are already in the hall.
Uh-huh.
Okay, well, I will go on back, and who is threatening Glasha right now?
Nobody is threatening Glasha yet. She is not far, though, from being targeted by all three of the statues, really.
Huh. I can't do anything versus the statues. Oh, man. Well, let's see. So, invisibility is touch. Is that going to help anything? That's not going to help anything. You know what? I'm going to yell, go, 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 come on.
Okay, you yell, go, 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 and you're going to keep running.
I'll just sort of hang by the door and try to get everybody through.
Okay, so you're hanging by the door and getting everybody through.
Yeah.
Giggles is going to stand at the door here and kind of prevent letting people by and preventing people from getting attacked. Okay, it would be Nyala's turn. Nyala, what are you going to do?
Okay, so we have the one statue coming from the north. We have
two statues coming from the north because the one ripped through the web finally. I will move everything back to normal size here.
And then the only one of us who's still in the room is Galasha.
And Garuth is still, he's making his way. He's just slowed, like you.
All right. So I'm gonna move through.
Okay, you're gonna move through.
Yeah.
You go ahead and you start to run as best as you can through there. Fletch, what are you gonna do?
I'm out of there.
Okay, you're gonna run through. Fletcher is running through as well. The other hallway, as you get into it, it's just like the room itself, or the first hallway that you were in. It's dark. The scent of age is in there. Weirdly enough, the set of dust seems like it's been disturbed. There's people that have been in this hallway recently, you can tell. Glasha, is your turn right now. Garuth is still slowed. What are you going to do?
Is Garuth within range of me?
Yes.
Can I run and grab Garuth?
You can run and grab Garuth. Garuth, even wearing plate mail, picking up Garuth is an option for you.
Okay, Garuth.
Toss the dwarf.
You're a football man, and I'm running.
Okay, Glasha's running. Garuth, you feel yourself lifted off the ground by something that runs past you 1,000,000 miles an hour. At first, you think it's an enemy, but then you see it's the gigantic half orc that's running like Walter Payton down through the down the hallway. The rest of the statues are not pursuing. The rest of the statues seem like they're surrounding the water. They are moving back into position as we speak. And it does not look like they're eager to do anything about you. Okay. So what are you going to do at this point, Caller? You are now back in charge of the group. You're no longer in really truly a tactical situation.
Yeah, as soon as everybody is through, let's shut the door.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody starts to make their way through. Do you have a marching order in which everyone is going to go, or is it going to repeat the same marching order that you came down the first hallway in?
Any reason not to just repeat this?
I can't think of one.
Yeah, let's keep the old one.
The only thing that's happening that's any different is until he retains normal speed. I would think that Jason Garuth is still underneath Glasha's arm like a football. Okay, JC, there's you and Giggles. And finally, Nyala is up the rear. Nyala is still slowed, by the way, just so you guys know. Okay, and we have finally Fletch. Okay, there you are in the hallway. You all have, you guys can all see yourselves. I'm going to move the fog of war now, along with
somebody close that door behind us.
The door is closed now behind you. Mirana goes ahead and closes it. What will you do? Ahead of you, you see probably about 20 feet up ahead, a door, a normal door.
Oh, goody.
I'll ask Fletcher if that can be checked for traps.
Absolutely.
Fletcher?
I'm doing that. I move forward and I'm checking.
Let me check your percentage time. Hold on. Fletcher, you do not seem to think that there's any traps on this door.
Okay.
Carlos, what were the signs of activity you mentioned in this hallway?
There, in a place this old, there should be dust on the ground. There's no dust. It looks like it's been stirred up. It looks like a group of maybe, you're no ranger, but there's a relatively substantial group that came through here.
Okay.
Carlos, while we're going down the hallway, I want to check my scroll, the gift from Big B and crew, and see if it was damaged from coming down through the water and such.
It was not.
Okay.
Your scroll.
I will have that in hand.
Okay. Have it in hand. As you're looking for the secret doors, a significant amount of time passes because you're doing the secret doors. The slow wears off on both Garuth and on Nyala.
Thank goodness.
So,
please put me down.
Nyala, are you going to put him down?
Put him down, pin over the head.
Okay. You go ahead and you do that.
I am a lawful representative of Clan Marblehead. I do not care to be carried, but thank you very much.
You are very welcome.
The rest of the group is now at the front of the door. What will you guys do?
I see no traps, but is it locked? I mean, is it?
It does not seem to be locked. No.
Okay. Who wants to do the honors?
Yeah, I think it's time for me to bust the door.
Okay. Are you going to open it, or are you going to just bust your way through it? That's up to you.
Is it unlocked? I mean, can I?
Yeah, it does seem like it's unlocked.
Oh well, in that case, I'll just tap, 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 and then daintily open it.
Nothing like being civilized, right? Okay.
Exactly.
So your group goes ahead and you open the door.
Well, for everyone, like we didn't heal at all. We didn't use any potions or anything, right? Like some of
No
you
one
guys.
is healed at all. Your team has either been healed by the group as far as spells go, or the bonuses that people have been giving you, or you've just been taking it. One of the two. It's been up to you so far. Okay, so your group opens the door. As you do, you see the room is pretty much plain obsidian. The area ahead of you, and I will go ahead and I will open up the area. Please forgive
And
me.
how long was the corridor, Carlos?
The corridor was about 40 feet long to the door.
Okay.
Your group goes ahead and opens the door. This is what you see, Glash, as you open the door. There's a 30-foot square room. There's a door in the north west corner of the room. There's an open doorway to the lower, just beneath that on the west wall. Okay, there we go. And I'm going to, let me open this up a little bit so you guys can see where you are. There we go. Okay, so there you go. On the far wall, on the north wall, what you see is this looks like it was once some kind of maybe a changing room, because there's a wooden bench that lines the north wall, okay? Along the south wall, there are wooden pegs that have been stuck into holes in the obsidian walls. Hanging from it are 3 tunics, okay?
3 what?
Tunics.
Oh, no.
Tunics, all right? Beneath the bench that's on the north wall, you can see wicker baskets in which it looks to you like there's some kind of dark clothing that's inside of them. It looks to you like they might have been disturbed not long ago, but it's hard to tell. But the main thing that you notice when you walk in the room or you open the door is the center of the room. The center of the room is not flat. It's been cut into kind of like a smooth bowl-like depression that's a 10-foot in diameter. Okay, it's a 10-foot circle. And there's nothing that's inside of it right now.
How deep's the depression? Can we tell?
Yeah, it's only like maybe 6 to 8 inches. 6 to 8 inches deep. Caller, tell me what the group's going to do. Hey, Ann, good to see you.
Do we want to explore here or continue on? What do you think? Should we look in the baskets, look at the cloaks?
Can I just go ahead and exert my detect unsafe ceilings, floors, or walls, because something smells fishy about this?
Yeah, you do that, and it's more native to Garuth than it is to you. This place seems really solid. It seems very well built. The depression, as you look at it, you're doing your inspection, Garuth, it looks like something was once burned in here. Because you can see a little bit of soot on the blackness. It's really invisible until you get up close. But that really, besides that, everything else seems like it's well built, solid. What will you do? Mirana, please direct the party.
Any strong opinions, and should we investigate this, guys? What do you think?
I think move through. I think we need to get to our
Where are we going?
Yeah.
Okay.
And also, I just say that Glasha adds that she gets the feeling that this is an unholy thing. This is just not good stuff, man.
What is there any symbols or anything on the tunics? Is this something we're going to need later?
You're looking at the tunics. As you look at them, all the tunics have the same pattern on them. They've been embroidered with golden thread. And every single one of them has the same pattern on them. They are of a jaguar, a black jaguar. It almost disappears because it's black on black. The jaguar is missing one of its feet, which is just this plume of smoke.
Does that sync up with?
Absolutely, it's Tezcatlipoca.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll let them know that.
Okay.
I don't know. What do we see when we look to down the west open doorway or archway?
Looking through that west doorway, you see the following: a corridor that goes forward and breaks off abruptly southward.
Fletcher, could you check the door out for traps?
I'll do that.
Fletcher, go ahead and check it out. Fletcher goes over there, checks it out for traps. Fletcher does not look like it's trapped. The door looks like it's a relatively it's of ancient construction. As such, it looks a little bit weathered. You don't know that it could accept a trap the way it's been designed.
Let's open the door.
Okay. Opening the door.
I will close the door behind us in that southern wall.
Okay,
Yeah.
You close the door behind you in the southern wall. As you go ahead and you open the door, this is what you see. Tharizdin goes ahead and he attacks. No, I'm just kidding. There is a 20-foot deep room that's in there. All right? It's kind of like an alcove of a room, and I'm going to go ahead and put it on your screen. Oh, it's already there. Good. What you happen to see inside this room is as follows. At the rear of the chamber, there's like a 3-foot tall block of obsidian that's there, and on top of it's a ceramic bowl. You see a necklace there, a golden necklace, a golden ring, and 3 bottles of oil that's there. The room is dusty. It looks like it hasn't been disturbed by whatever came through here. Didn't stop here, it doesn't look like to you. Yeah, it looks disused. What will you do?
It sounds disturbingly like an altar. Is that kind of what the impression you guys are getting?
Yes.
Yeah.
It looks to you actually not more like so much like an altar, but it looks like an antechamber for an altar, like somebody's storing stuff for religious purposes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bowl that's sitting there does not look like it's placed there ritually. It looks more like it's just it's like a it's there to keep something. If you want to go get closer, you can inspect it.
Do we want to take this stuff or leave it?
Yeah.
What's the bowl made out of?
The bowl is made out of polished obsidian. Absolutely black.
We have a mission that's more important than
I
trying.
agree.
Okay. You would want to continue down the hallway then. I see.
Hey, Carlos.
Yes.
Right quick, did we say that, what were you saying about hit points, or am I back up, or?
Right now, you have suffered a total of, let me get this right. Right now, I have you down 22.
Let's see. Oh, well. You had me better off than I had myself, I guess. Let's see.
Yeah, but you haven't been taking into account all the minuses.
Yeah, I had myself at 39, so
yeah.
It's all good.
Mhm.
Cool.
Garuth, should we heal Galasha?
I can.
Okay.
Does
Please, what are you going to cast upon Glasha?
Cure Light Wounds, so I'll use one of them.
Okay, roll me a d8. Garuth, as you cast the spell, you can feel that the connection between you and Fortubo is weak here. It almost is like something about the ziggurat it's enforcing a dire presence upon you. It seems like it's suppressing your abilities to cast divine spells here. But Glasha, take 9 back. Total of 9 points.
Cool, thank you.
That makes me want to smash the thing. Let's get out of here.
Okay, who's going? You guys are going back down the hallway in marching order, I assume. Then.
Yes.
Okay, you continue down the hallway, and I will go and lead you guys down the hallway. I will tell you if you see anything unusual as you go. You continue to go down the hallway. The hallway goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hallway goes a considerable distance to the south before ending in an open area. Galasha, you continue. I'm going to move the map over a little bit so you guys can see what you're dealing with. Galasha, this is what you see, dear. You have a hallway ahead of you. It goes down a considerable way. You're going to continue down the hallway.
What do you think, guys?
Yeah, we're following right behind, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Continue on.
Let's keep going.
Okay.
As you go down the hallway, moving everybody into position. Forgive me, Jason. That's the thing about doing this digitally is that you have a lot of icons and stuff to move. If I was just at a table, I would move them by hand, unfortunately. So anyway, you guys continue down the hallway, and what you see is this: at the hallway, it breaks into an open area ahead of you. Continue.
Let's go to the edge of the open area so we can get some sense of it.
Galasha continues to go to the edge of the open area.
I didn't say it. Someone else did, man.
We're not seeing any light or hearing anything coming from
No,
ahead?
there is absolutely no light coming from ahead. It's still utterly dark going ahead. In a place as fell as this, you're getting the impression that you probably will not see any light going forward. But you continue on, and soon enough you find yourself in the presence of a door. I mean a room. The room is 30 by 30. And there you have it. Inside the room, as you guys look forward through this open doorway, what you see is as follows. It seems like there is there's a trio of sleeping mats on the ground. You're familiar with these, Marana. It is traditional Ullman sleeping mats. However, they're ancient. They haven't been disturbed in some time. There is on the wall a very large block of obsidian on the west wall, and laying atop it are all manner of weapons and armor. You see that there's an atlatl, a couple of atlatls there. There's a spear. There's some short javelins. There's an obsidian-ringed traditional Ullman sword that's there. Some helmets, some leather scale armor, shields. They're all quite dusty and dirty. What will you do?
So we see sleeping mats and weapons, but no sleepers.
No sleepers, no.
And there's no exits either.
No, doesn't seem to be any as far as you can tell from the doorway.
Carlos, has earlier on we had this sense of like all this dust being disturbed and there being travel. Has that continued?
Roll me a percentage dice.
52.
You're not a ranger, okay? So it's really hard for you to tell, but what you can see is that whatever came into this room that was disturbing, there was a scuffle of some kind in the middle of the room, because there's tracks everywhere that run around. It looks chaotically, and finally they just kind of they're just like a cloud of activity inside the room. Really hard for you to tell more than that not being a ranger. If you're watching out there, Scott Casper, they might have had a ranger here if you would have played.
Okay. Do we want to search for secret doors in here? What do you guys think? Yeah.
The whole group goes into the room, and you begin to look for secret doors. I need all of you to roll me a 6-sider. Okay. All of you are looking for secret doors, kind of investigating the walls, checking things out, what have you. Garuth, as you're checking for a secret door in there, you kind of hear this weird noise near the weapons. Kind of this awkward sound. Sounds strange to you, like a whispering sound.
Like it's coming through the wall, from above, from below?
Yeah, it's maybe like it's something tiny on top of one of the weapons. It's hard to see.
I'm short. Can I wave somebody over who's taller?
Okay.
I'll come over.
Glasha comes over. You're over there with him. Everyone else is looking for secret doors. Please tell me what you're going to ask of her.
Well, I'm just going to kind of point to my ear and point to where I'm hearing the sound.
Okay. Glasha, you hear absolutely nothing. It sounds weird to you.
Yeah, but...
Let me take the non-business end of my halberd and just poke there.
Okay,
Not
you
too
can poke
hard.
through it a little bit. Garuth, as she's poking around, right next to the marble block, there was nothing there a second ago. And standing there is an Ullman man. And he's wearing a headdress of black feathers. He looks at you kind of quizzically. He's painted up. His body is painted up in white across him to make it trace his bones. And he's just kind of looking at you strangely, like, what are you doing?
It's
You've
not
seen none of
known,
this.
is it?
But Gareth
Gareth
sees that?
is the only one seeing this.
Okay.
Gareth,
So
what are you going to
we're
do?
all in the room, but I'm the only one who sees it?
Yep. What are you going to do?
Well, I will bow and say, would you happen to be Prince Odley?
As you start to speak, the creature looks at you
Oh, no.
and smiles really broadly. And as he smiles, his lip curls back.
Oh,
His
God.
mouth starts to curl and open up back. The skin is crawling off of his face. It's crawling off of his hands, down his arms, muscle and blood there. And he looks at you through his eyes, which melt down the sides of his face, and he reaches out and grabs you by the neck. Make me a 20.
Roll what?
A 20-sider, please.
The 20. Nobody else sees this?
Not yet.
I just rolled a 1.
You see Gareth. Everybody in the room is sitting there. Gareth is looking in the corner. He's looking at him, and he says, would you happen to be to the mid-air, Glass? You're standing there, and all of a sudden, he reaches his head back, and you can see hands, skeletal, bony fingers around his throat, pressing into his neck. I need everybody in the room to roll me up a 6-sider, please.
1.
3. Okay. What do you got? 3, 1? Okay. This thing that has you by the neck, Gareth, you can see Gareth's face going white. It looks like his whole body is shaking and trembling. It looks like he's going to shake himself to death. Now you guys can all see this creature that has him by the neck. It's laughing maniacally, just chittering and laughing as it has him by the neck. 4s first. Who rolled a 4 there? 3s.
I had a 3.
Okay, Gareth, you can't do anything right now. Niala, it's your turn. What are you going to do?
All right, now I had the scroll out before.
You did have to scroll out.
I'm gonna unload Bigby's magic missile into it.
Ooh. Okay, roll me those d4s.
6 dice, right?
Yep, 6 dice.
Well, okay. Nice. 23 points.
Mirana, you recognize your master's handiwork right away. As he reads it, just the way that the intonations, the way that the spell is created, you'd recognize your master's handiwork anywhere. Of course, the fact that as he reads it, the scroll explodes into this hailstorm of tiny fists screaming through the air, that doesn't hurt either. One of them hits this creature in the skull. Another one hits it in the jaw, dislocates the jaw. Part of the head explodes into this hailstorm of bone outward. The rest of the body just drops like a cut marionette to the ground. Garuth, you are now no longer paralyzed.
Thank you.
That's my master's work.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, but I'm the one that read it.
You did a good job, Neil. You did justice to it.
Fletcher, in the other corner of the room, as you were searching, you see a secret door there.
Yay.
In the meantime, while you're doing that, the room after you kill that thing, the dust on the ground is starting to swirl around as if something is forming. What will you do?
Do I have a handle on how easy or difficult it might be to open this door? Is it just
Yeah, it looks like it's just a normal secret door. It should press and pivot open.
As I'm pivoting it open, I'm telling these guys that there's a secret door here and sort of indicating we should maybe rush.
Okay.
Through the door, I cry.
Through the door? Okay. As you yell, through the door, I cry, you can see other things starting to form within the room. As I mentioned. However, your group is running towards the door. And as you open the door, this is what you see. a hallway, a short hallway, that leads to another water basin. What shall you do?
Shut the door behind us.
Everybody is running out of this room into the other room.
Yeah,
is
definitely.
anyone not going to do that?
Exit stage right.
Okay.
I've had enough.
Glasha runs into the room first. The rest of the group follows her in. As you close the door, these strange undead spirits of the clergy of Tezcatlipoca are closed to your eyes. You are in the room with the water, black waters again. What will you do?
No other exits here, just water, huh?
Just the water.
Ceiling still about 30 feet through all this, Carlos?
Yep.
Okay.
Giggles is sniffing at the water, looking up at you, Marana, as if almost expectantly.
I'm gonna scratch Giggles on the neck the way he likes.
Makes that little yelping noise a little bit.
So should we look for secret doors before we have to go through this water?
Yes.
Yeah, let's look
Everyone roll me a
for
d6, please.
Let's sound the water, too, and see if we can determine if there's a bottom.
Yeah, I'll do that. Like I did before.
Garuth, you do not... What'd you get, Glasha, on your d6?
6.
Okay, anybody get a 1? No? Okay, you do not see any secret doors in this chamber. However, as Garuth is checking the water, you plummet, you feel that tug at the bottom of it.
All right.
You feel that undertow.
Garuth and Galasha, I wonder if you will still be damaged by the water if your holy symbol is in a packet or something. Or a pocket.
I am a proud and pious dwarf.
I'm not taking it off.
Oh, Galasha, nobody's
No, I'm
taking
not
out their
taking it
holy
off.
symbol.
Nope.
And by the
Not
way,
in this place,
Galasha,
man.
you get the sensation that even if you wanted to, Invincible would not let you take that holy symbol off.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Okay, so do we want to...
This is the problem when your intelligent magic weapon is smarter than you.
Smarter than you are. Yeah.
Do we want to send Fletcher first, or should we just go through?
Fletch.
Throw the gnome. It all doesn't it?
Gnome going first?
Do we even need to bother with the rope?
It's the traveling gnome.
You going in, Fletch?
Yeah, go in.
Okay, you go in. Fletcher disappears. Does everyone else follow again the same way it was done before?
Yeah, but I'm going to do my super duper waterproofing of paper stuff first.
You're going to try and waterproof as best you can, you mean?
I'm getting better and better. I'm learning.
Oh, you are. You're learning skills. I can get proficiency in it next time we run these characters.
I'm going to do my next dissertation on this.
Okay.
It's
once
called
again, the water
oilcloth.
is burning your skin.
Please start the adventure.
Galasha
Make sure you have oilcloth.
and Garuth, I need both of you to take me... Galasha, take 3. Garuth, take
That's
5.
fine.
You guys feel yourselves go through the water much like you did the first time. Hurtling downwards once you hit that undertow, splashing into an area beneath it. And as you do, you find yourself in another area. Around you is a 30 by 30 room. It is really, really bitterly cold in here, to the point where all of you take 5 hit points of damage. The cold in here is so absolutely bitter.
Damn.
All of you are in water. You're feeling like you could catch frostbite, get hypothermia in here very easily.
Okay.
Question. Do we have any sense of how deep these things go? Every time we go.
Yeah, the sensation is probably about 100 feet, maybe more.
Yikes.
Okay, so you're in this area right now, inside the
Underground we are?
climbing out of the water. What's that?
Right, could I get a sense of how deep we might be underground?
Yes, you feel like you are about 1,000 feet underground. So it's
Yikes.
got to be over 100. the speed of which you went was it truncates your perception of it, or it could be a teleport. It's hard to say, but you're deep underground. Garuth, you can also confirm that you're about 1,000 feet underground. You figure it's cold. The walls, the obsidian here is caked by frost. You can feel it's painful.
But we're freezing. We're taking damage from the cold.
Oh yes, you're taking damage from the cold as well as this unholy water that this stuff is.
So-
one other thing before we go any further, Marana, it's the point where Giggles is actually rubbing up against you for warmth. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Aniela.
As you say, shuck the water off by brushing it down and try to chafe the skin to warm up. Is our breath frosting at this point?
Your breath is absolutely
Okay.
frosting. Your hair is starting to frost up, like freeze up because of the water. This is a really uncomfortable situation, and I figure that Glasha and Garuth are going to do the same thing that they did last time to get dry. Garuth, take 3 before you're dry, and Glasha, take 3 before you.
Got it.
And just to confirm, nobody in this party has a single torch, right?
That is correct. You might think I might have done that on purpose.
Yeah, we should have got some torches.
You might think I did that on purpose.
You don't need torches when you have faith.
You are the torch of faith. And Glasha,
I-
your camera is too high. I can't see.
Oh no, I stepped out of frame. For
Oh,
a
okay, I was
second.
saying I can't see your lovely face. If you're going for a blanket, that's not going to help you. Okay, so the group is in the room right now. What are you going to do?
I think let's head north and let's see if we can get to a warmer place.
Okay, same marching order, I presume.
Find something to burn.
Yeah, we've taken some more damage though. Do we need to do any healing for anybody? I'm down 9 points, and I'm sure you guys are down more than me.
Up to you guys.
Yeah, I'm down 11. I can wait. I've got 1 healing spell left. I've got 1 Cure Light Wound left, and then we've got a Cure Serious, and we've got a potion.
That's right.
I'm not too bad. Giggles is a little hurt, but I probably am not a priority because we're going to try to stay out of danger.
Okay.
I'm-
This,
but I don't.
from what you guys said, you guys were also moving down the hallway while you're having this conversation, from what I understood. And as you do that, Glasha, since you're at the point, you're going to be the first one to see the horror that's about to unfold in front of you. Well, I'm just kidding. It's really not that horrible. You see a hallway ahead of you. And the hallway, there it is got alcoves all down its length.
Oh joy!
It is statues down there, but they're of a different make than the other ones. They're all made of obsidian, but they all feature these weird and strange creatures. Marana, please roll me a 20. Oh, somebody got Foltus's light. Who there? Grow Dog. You have gotten back 9 hit points. You're fully healed.
Hey.
Foltus's
All right.
light has
Nice.
shined down upon you. Thank you, Zudrak. Good job, man. That's one of the
Thanks,
one of the
F2.
great Greyhawk people of our community. Good to see you, man. Mike Gross. Okay, so anyway, the hallway. What'd you roll, Mirana, for your 20? Okay. You recognize these figures that are down the hallway as you look down the corridor. They're the various gods of the Ulman folk. For example, the first 2 that you see walking up towards you as you walk towards the down the hallway, there's one that's a giant anthropomorphic bat-like creature, and that's Kamazats. You can recognize him right away. Across from him is a giant human that seems to be holding up the sun. That's Kamaxli right over there. You recognize that. That's their god of faith. Of fate, I should say. Further on down, as looking at as Glasha continues to look down the hallway, there's 2 more that are within sight. As you can see, there's a reptilian humanoid with these bulging eyes and huge tusks. That's Tlaloc, the god of rain. Furthermore, down opposite that one is a toothless old man with sunken cheeks and a prominent nose holding a staff. And that one is Itzamna, their god of medicine. You haven't gone any farther, but you can see that the hallway continues to go on. Would you like to continue to go on?
I think we should maybe just cautiously progress down this hallway. I'll like at least point out to my friends that maybe Examna is a more benevolent divinity than Tlaloc or Camazotz in particular.
Talak has always been presented as a goodly god, god of rain. However, the rest of them are gods of war and gods of disease and gods of doom. These are not. You figure that they're either gods that were either not aligned against Tezcatlipoca, or they're gods that were aligned with Tezcatlipoca.
Okay.
So you continue to go down your down the way.
Hey, Carlos?
Yes, sir.
Since nothing really too terrible has happened, can we say that when I was putting on my armor and stuff, I removed the potion of Hill Giant Strength from my bag, and I have it tucked away?
Yeah, we can say that happened after you got out of the water, knowing that that what was happening here is getting down to the nitty gritty. You figure you can do that. Okay, Alan, you're hearing all this bringing up the rear of the group as you continue forward. As you guys go farther down the way, there's another set of statues that you see heading further down the path. And once again, Marana is eager with her education to tell you what these statues, what the consequence of all these gods are. And I will go and move it down a little bit farther. There we go. Going further down the hallway, there's another 2 sets of statues. You recognize them all. Tlodiodal, which is their goddess of vice. It's a beautiful Olman woman that's there. Chipotle is their god of war, who's a powerful masked humanoid warrior wielding an obsidian battle axe. And then obviously, the one that really stands out to you is Teodal, which is their god of fire. Their fiery, armor-clad humanoid with a fearsome reptilian head. And the last one on the right is their god of death, Mithklanti Huitli, which is their a glowing, lich-like being, slender and tall and filled with malice. And I'm going to give myself experience points for not butchering that too badly.
Well done.
Yeah, these guys, the central mythos is cool, but man, they're tough on the tongue. And finally, at the end of the hallway, your last statue that's there, you see the jaguar that's standing on there, cut out of obsidian. Tezcatlipoca himself.
Did we notice the dust disturbed in this hallway?
Yes, the dust was disturbed all the way there. Laying at the foot, as you get closer to the god of death, is a frozen corpse of an Olman man. He's relatively young looking. He looks like he's been in a battle. He's laying there frozen to death.
I want to double check to make sure it's not Prince Oatley.
It is not Prince Oatley.
But it looks like a modern Olman, like I'm familiar with.
Yeah, it's definitely a modern Olman. He hasn't been here this long. It looks to you like he succumbed to his to wounds, and probably had to be left behind.
Okay. Well, looks like there's got to be secret doors someplace, right?
Time for the old secret door
Everybody
check.
do me a D6, please. Got a 1.
2.
Don't bother
2.
going any further, guys. Right away, sensing a theme, your one of your magi looks over at Tezcatlipoca's his particular statue, and right behind it, you're able to see the secret door.
Oh, goody.
What will you do?
Fletcher, check for traps.
Fletcher, go ahead, roll me a... excuse me, I take that back. Fletch, you go ahead and roll for the secret for traps. You see nothing. It does not seem trapped to you. However, the door does seem like it has been very recently moved.
Okay,
All
does,
right.
It seems like it's been recently moved. Can we maneuver?
Everybody take another 3 points of damage. Getting
Wait,
cold.
who did?
Everybody.
Okay.
Very cold in here. Very cold. Okay. You don't see any traps. The door seems to be open.
Can we maneuver around the statue so everybody can sort of...
Yeah, it looks like, in fact, it's been designed to do that. That's why they put the statue at the rear of it.
Okay.
Let's just go in our marching order around and through the door.
Okay. You go and push on through the doorway. As you do so, you see a hallway ahead of you. It's a crossroads. One going forward, one going to the west, and there's a small alcove there as well that goes to the west. What will you do? At the end of the path going forward, as you go forward, you're able to see a door.
Okay. Oh, I see. Well, let's. So when we look to the west, how far can we see there?
About maybe 30 feet down. It seems to continue on.
Okay. And just an empty alcove, huh?
Yep, just an empty alcove.
Let's search for secret doors.
6-siders, everyone, please.
6.
No secret doors that you guys can all see. However, what you do see is the door ahead of you. It seems like it has been recently opened again. That is what
Well,
we're
let's
able
do
to
that.
Okay. Who is going to open the door?
You feel comfortable doing that, Galasha?
Absolutely.
Glasha.
Yes.
You open the door. This is what you see when you open the door. Behind the door, and suddenly I'm reminded of a song by Zebra. For those of you guys who are of a musical bent, I'm sure Alan knows that reference. This is what you see when you open the door. There in the side of the room is a 50-foot diameter circle. All right? In the middle of the room, there is an utterly black, flat object that is levitating off the ground by about maybe 6 inches. Rising above it is this wisps of black smoke. Also in the room, and that thing, looking at it, there is a definite wrongness about it. Just feeling it, sensing it around you, you can just feel there's something very bad about that. Also in the room, along the wall, are 3 Ullman men and a 4th Ullman man that is kind of protecting them. All of them look battered, beaten, bloodied, and one of them is certainly conforming to the description that you had of Prince Oatley.
I think I will immediately begin speaking in modern Ullman.
Okay, what are you guys going to say to him?
I'm
They all
going-
look at you. Prince Oatley and all the guys, they all grab for their weapons. They
Yeah,
say,
I want to.
Mirana, you're the only one that can understand this, I believe, in the group. He says, if you've come to finish us, he says, it's going to take more than you can bring.
I want to make a Ullman gesture of peace or negotiation. Something I picked up in my time at Monoland.
Roll me a percentage die, please.
Percentile?
Yeah. The rest of you are coming in. Some of them are gesturing at you. One of them, at the back of the room, by the way, you see another Ullman figure that's there. He's dead, frozen to death.
62 for the percentile.
Inside of this room, it is bitterly cold. It's clear to you that that whatever is in this room is just taking the heat just directly out of the air. It's like this void in existence. And he looks at you when you do that, and he says, "Dare I believe it possible?" The Prince Oatley says, and one of them looks over. He says, "My prince, look." He says, "They're with dwarves and an elf." He says, "This is not our enemies."
And I say, your enemies are our enemies as well. The great ones who have sent us have spoken to your father, and at his request, we come to bring you from this place.
You guys are all hearing Marana say this stuff. None of you can understand it. It's in this weird sounding foreign tongue. They seem well disposed to what he says. He says, "My friends, you've come only to your death, I'm afraid." He says, "The one that is the master of this place, he's here. He's only 100, maybe 200 feet away from here. He has to know you're here. Feel the air. It's a place of death. Count the fingers on the hands of one of my men." He points over at the guy that's frozen to death in the corner. He's only got 4 hands. He says, "He dared touch that void." He says, "You've come to the holy place of the smoking mirror." He looks down at the thing. He says, "And all you found is death. You should leave while you can and leave us to our fate. I pay now for my impetuousness."
You have paid whatever price there was to pay. We will, your fate and ours are intertwined. Let us stand together and be twice as strong.
Alan, roll me a d6.
2.
You hear something behind you close, a door close.
I pivot, turn, and kind of get into a crouch looking.
Okay, you're going to go back around the corner a little bit and look and see what it might be.
Well, is it our door that closed?
No, it's something else.
Okay, yeah, I'll go down 10 feet and look down both the hallway as well as at the secret door.
Well, what you see as you go down there, I'm going to move the fog of war to where Alan is. You see at the edge
And
of your
as I go
sight,
past, I'll go hist and kind of make the hand sign for threat quiet as I'm investigating.
You do that, and what you see is at the end of the hallway, there is something coming towards you out of a door that is walking towards you. He wears all black clothes, long black cloak. Looks like a man, but his head is like that of a jaguar, a black jaguar. In his mouth, his teeth are like obsidian, and he's drooling. He looks like he's been dead for hundreds of years. And he's walking down the hallway. The Ullmen say, "Listen, Mirana," because they don't know this is happening. They look at you and they say, "Mirana," or they don't call you by name because you haven't introduced yourself. They say, "We have a secret here. The old one, he keeps a secret." And he opens up his cloak. And on the ground, huddled underneath his cloak, you see this beautiful, bright, feathered serpent. Its serpent is the color of the rainbow. The wings are the color of a rainbow. It's a long green creature curled in upon itself. He sleeps now. He's injured badly. We have no healing to give him. She strokes the scales a bit.
I say we have healing to aid your friend, and I turn to Garuth and say the serpent is an ally. It must be healed.
Everybody in the room take 3 more.
Oh, God.
Does that include me in the hallway or not?
So cold. Yeah, even you, because that's
Okay.
the level.
That's
That's just the cold. Alan, this thing is getting closer. It's walking very casually down the hallway towards you.
All right, so I begin incanting in a loud enough voice that they know that I'm casting a spell, and I'm casting Monster Summoning 1.
Okay.
I'm going to summon the Raven Hordes to try and slow this thing's approach, to distract it.
Okay. You begin to cast. Garuth, what are you going to do?
Yeah, I am going to start with the prayer spell.
Okay. You cast a prayer.
Yes.
This place, as you begin to cast, as you begin to fill the air with Fortubo's might, this is an unholy place. This is a very grim and dire place. It is the end of all things. It's shadow. It's death. And as you're casting the prayer, you're becoming aware of the significance of the water. The last of the sons that was killed by Tezcatlipoca at the end of the last cycle was the water sun. That's what brought about the fire sun. That's why there's water everywhere here. He's going to kill the fire sun next. You're sure of it. And you're looking down at the thing in the middle of the black thing in the middle of the room. Whatever that circle is, it's the end of everything. It's the end of everything. It's the end of existence. And as you bring your prayer into the world, everybody feels themselves filled with a little bit of the might of Fortubo. You realize that this is an abomination against creation. Everything around you it's a horror. It's a horror. Niala and Marana, please roll me a 20, both of you.
Natural 20.
Never mind. Don't bother, Marana. As he's saying that, as you're feeling this, Niala, it occurs to you exactly what it is. That's a sphere of annihilation.
Nice. And a nice giant-sized one, too.
It's huge. It's massive. The thing, your spell goes off now. All of a sudden, these giant ravens appear in the middle of the corridor. This creature seems surprised by them. They start attacking him, flying at him quickly. All start swarming. In his hands, he pulls out a mecuidal, one of the old omen swords, obsidian ringing its edge. He starts swinging it, trying to knock them around. He starts saying something in Omen, this horrible curses. Mirana, you can hear it echoing through the hall. Every word out of his mouth is a horror. It's a blasphemy. It's almost like the words unmake reality around it as he speaks.
Galasha's downing the potion, man.
Galasha, you're downing your potion. You guys all see Galasha slowly start to gain about a foot of size. The armor starts to bulge around her muscles. Galasha, you feel like you could just rip this door off its hinges if you wanted to. You're just massive right now, like a dreadnought. Standing there, you could wield this halberd one-handed if you wanted to. Garuth, you wanted to cast a healing spell? Is that what I understood now?
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff I want to cast, but you said this guy he's casting a spell?
No, he's trying to fight off these ravens that are.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm trying to delay him so you guys can get the hell out of here.
Well, we don't have a way out. Well, Alan, how far down are you on hit points?
I'm okay at the moment.
He's okay.
Garuth, I think we need to heal the serpent.
Heal the serpent?
Yeah.
Is it injured or?
It looks badly injured, and it looks young. It looks like it has been subdued.
Okay, I will cast Cure Light Wounds on that poor lizard.
Other omen, they kind of form a protective circle around the thing. It looks like they don't want to let you close. Marana, are you going to say something to him?
Yes, I'm going to say this is our healer. He speaks with the voice of the god Fortubo, the god of the earth.
They all look at each other, and they look really, really skeptical when you mention they're a foreign god.
Foreign gods.
But the prince looks at you, and he says, I trust your honor. Move. Let him through. And they all do. And he looks at you, Garuth, as you kneel down it says, if you harm the blessed serpent, you will be next.
No harm will come to the serpent. Do I sense that there are injuries besides physical ones in the serpent?
Yeah, it's hard to tell. You're not a healer. Garuth,
Okay.
As you get down there, it looks to you, like the thing has been stunned pretty badly. Whatever happened to it. But you feel like healing it may bring it back around.
Okay. I will do that. I will pray to Fortubo to...
Roll me
bring
a
some-
D8, please, and make it good. Nyala, this thing is carving through your ravens left, right, and center. It's just hewing through them, and it's continuing on towards you.
So I will use the Pearl of Power to summon a second set of ravens, and I will invoke the dancing sword, drawing my bastard sword to bar the way.
Are you going to go out into the middle of the hallway then?
God no.
Okay. You conjure up another set of them. This thing they're flocking all around it. It's swinging wildly with its sword. Garuth, you put your hands on it, and all around the serpent, you guys can all see this when he puts his hands on it. The part of the wound on it that's largest is this long slice down its length, and as you touch it, it turns like a bright silver, like metal, when Garuth touches it. Roll me a D8.
I already did. It was a 4.
Okay. That's 5 hit points. It turns silver, and then when it fades away, a bit of the flesh seems repaired. It seems like it healed it. They all look, and they all kind of mention to each other the name of a god. Marana, you recognize it's their god of metal, and they all nod to each other like, it's going to be okay.
Okay.
They say to you, Garuth, the guy, the prince looks down at you and smiles and says, "All you had to say was Michelante." He nods.
I know. I'm new to this language.
He looks up at you. He says, "Peace, my friend." He says, "This is one of the gods that we trust." The thing is not quite okay. Nyala, you're aware that Magi, as are you, Marana, that Magi can control spheres of annihilation. But if this thing is stronger than you, this thing that's coming down here, it might be bad.
Yeah, I'm just trying to delay him as much as possible so they can get out of here.
He is coming closer and closer.
So let me know when I have another action, because I'm going to do it.
You have another action. Go ahead. What are you going to do?
All right. I am reading the web out of Big B's scroll to web up the corridor.
Okay. Bam! You web up the corridor again. When you do that, you see all these little hands. They're all carrying like this bit of rope, and they all go into the sides of the wall, and they all start connecting, like weaving it together. All these disembodied hands of force finally makes this web inside of the hallway. This thing is cursing in the middle of the air. You can hear it, Murata, saying all of the things, horrors it's going to inflict upon you when it reaches you, and how it's going to be the end of existence. What will you guys do? Glasha, Fletcher, neither of you have made a move, so go ahead, Fletch.
Yeah, so while all this is going on, Fletch figures it's about time he downs his potion of the Hurricane's Eye.
Okay, you down that. Everything around you seems to slow down. Everything is going to be okay. That thing that's in the middle of the room is awful. It's an abomination against nature, but that's okay. Everything's going to be okay. You're looking at Garuth. You can just a glance. It's almost like you can count all the rivets on his armor. Looking up, you can almost tell exactly how many feathers are in the headdress of the prince. Everything just seems really clear and sharp right now.
Is he taking mushrooms?
You would think so, right? What do you got, Fletcher? What else are you going to do? Is that it? Okay, Glasha's already drunk her potion. Is there anything else, Glasha, you want to do?
Marana, is this something we should fight?
I don't know about the jackal-headed thing, but he promises to bring apocalypse. I'm hoping that this grandfather can counsel us. And I switch into Ullman, and I say...
He looks up at you. He says, "We need to flee. If you have magic, if there's anything you can do." He says, "That thing has existed for thousands of years and will exist for thousands more."
I say, "Grandfather, are you poisoned, or will this potion of vitality help you?"
He shakes his head. He shakes his head. He says, "No." He says, "But this one is." He pats at the serpent. He says, "Perhaps that's why your healing didn't work." I think it's poisoned.
Oh,
Oh,
okay then. Well, I have, what do I have? I don't know what I have.
Victim's ointment, maybe?
No, I have nothing for poison.
but does the vitality negate existing poison, or only poison?
No, but it might rouse it enough that it could wake up.
I'm gonna pour the potion of vitality down the serpent's throat.
Okay, you start to do that. Are you going to do that in conjunction with healing at Elgaruth?
The only healing I have left is that cure serious wounds and the healing potion.
Are you going
May
to
as well
either
use one of them.
Yep.
Okay, I'll use the cure serious wounds.
Roll me 2d8.
A 6 and a 6.
Nice.
You pour it in there. And you put your hands on it, and the entire serpent for a moment seems to turn like it's metal. You can see the rainbows like burnish on its wings. And as the metal starts to fade, it blinks open its eyes once, twice. It kind of curls in a circle like a little whirlwind and looks over at the bunch of you. And when it speaks, you can hear it in your minds, not with your ears. And it says, "You have come to a place of death. Why have you come?"
We have come out of friendship to these people.
It looks over. They all bowing and nodding to it.
I do too.
And they're all like, Giggles kind of gets down, lays down flat on its belly, looking, just trying to be like you. It looks up at them, says, "I am here because I am an abomination against this thing. I embody its opposite, Quetzalcoatl." It looks back at the circle. It has been weaving this thing for many years. We should flee this place now.
How? Oh, sorry.
I'm awake now, and I can ferry you from this place. But it looks at the circle and says, if we leave this thing in its possession, it will surely use it against the world. It will surely bring great woe.
My master is a person who values caution beyond every other thing, and he instructed me the great perils of attempting to control a sphere of annihilation, which is what I believe this to be.
Nyala, the thing rips its way through the webs. It is almost at the corner now.
Okay, I will cast Protection from Evil, and the Dancing Sword should be attacking it now.
Yes, the dancing sword comes out and starts to slowly hit at it, and it's kind of just kind of parrying away with it. It's lashing out at it. It looks at you.
Nyala, I'm gonna if there's enough room for my big bulky self, I'm gonna back up Nyala.
Okay, Nyala, you come up. Nyala, you feel the presence behind you. As you kind of glance over your shoulder, it's clear to you that Galasha has grown by about 1.5 feet. She looks massive. She looks over at you, Marana. The thing looks at you, the serpent, and says, "I will take us from this place, but do you think it wise to leave this thing here?"
Oh, I can try.
What are you going to do,
I'm
Marana?
not going to like this. Okay, so I am going to go. I want to go to a point in the room where if this thing comes at me, no one else gets hurt.
Okay,
We need you
move
because
into the
you're
room.
a translator.
As the were-jaguar comes into view, you guys can see it. Its mouth, its face, it's wriggling with maggots weaving in through rotted flesh. It's obviously undead. Its eyes are these 2 points of this hollow darkness as it stares down at you, gets into the main hallway. Marana, you've circled around the room, and Giggles came with you because it just doesn't want to be in this place without you.
No, I'm gonna point to Galasha and I'm gonna be as stern as I've ever been with Giggles, and I'm gonna say guard.
It reluctantly does that. It comes around the corner and sees all of you there. It's right up in Alan's face, basically, with Glasha. It looks down at you with its Makuidal. What are you going to do? You have one move, JC, before I begin the initiative on this.
Okay, and the omens are. I'm like kind of.
They're hurt. They're uncombative. And by the way, everybody in the room, take 2 more.
But the omens are like, I'm about as alone as I can be in this zone, right?
Yep, you're about alone as you can be.
Okay, God, this is going to be a terrible idea. I'm going to try to control the sphere of annihilation with my mind.
Roll me a percentage die.
Oh boy.
Um, 99. Is that good or bad?
As you say that, as you think that, you think about the sphere, you're imagining its totality. It's just this rip in existence. It's a void. Nature abhors a vacuum, and this is the ultimate vacuum. But somehow you manage to wrap your mind around the totality of what it represents, and the thing begins to move towards the door, slowly beginning to encroach towards the door. The Jaguar was about ready to curse down at Alan, or down at Nyala, and say something. It sees this thing starting to move towards the door. Its eyes slit, and it commands something in Omen. Horrific. Murata, it's a dialect you don't even recognize, and it points at the sphere and looks at you. We have a contested motion. Everyone roll for initiative. 6
Alrighty.
1, 4, 6, 1. Glasha, what'd you get? 6. Fletcher, Glasha, Nyala, The Thing, Garuth, Murata. Go. Fletcher. You're at the back of the group between the Sphere of Annihilation and Giggles.
Right. I am going to get out of the way of the Sphere of Annihilation, perhaps go towards where the Omen crowd are.
Okay.
And pull out my folding short bow.
Okay, you pull out your folding short bow, snap it locks into position.
Right, and I guess I don't have a line of sight to.
Not right now, no.
Okay, I prepare. I just I sit there and I
The
knock.
prince sees you doing this, and he reaches down into his quiver and starts laying down arrows next to you. He says something to you in a tongue you don't understand. He starts laying down arrows. Then next would be Glasha. You, Nyala is between the two of you, but such is your height that you could either attack over it or you could push her away and storm through. What are you going to do?
I think it's actually, it'll occur to her that it's actually smarter to have more people there for now. I'm going to go ahead and thrust over.
Okay, with your halberd, go ahead and roll me a 20. Oh, we have a Daeron's Resolve that increases Glasha's AC by 2 for now. What'd you roll?
I didn't roll well at all. I rolled a 2.
Okay, you miss. Nyala, you feel the air pressure just from Nyala's strength as she wields a halberd, strikes the ground. The Jaguar is quicker than you would expect. It kind of slides out of the way, hits the obsidian, cleaves part of the ground. You see a little fissure in the ground along there. Nyala, it's your turn.
All right. So the sword's dancing and attacking.
The sword is
at this
dancing
point?
with it right now. You're going to roll an attack for it, and you're going to roll an attack for whatever else you're going to do, if it's an attack.
And then I will shoot arrows if that is reasonable.
Yes, it is reasonable. Please roll me a 20 for your dancing sword, and then roll me 2 attacks for your short bow.
Okay. So the dancing sword gets a total of 18, not counting anything else.
Ooh.
The and then the short actually would be a 19 because I'm an elf. So,
Yeah. I've included that in your adjusted. That's already included in your adjusted.
okay.
Mhm.
And then the arrows, I'm firing the +2 arrows, so that's a total of 3, 4. So that's a 16, and the other one's an 8.
Okay. 16 and an 8. You go ahead. The dancing sword hits it. Roll me the 2d8 for damage for the. Since it's a bastard sword, it's a large creature.
Oh, it's actually a longsword. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, longsword. D12. Then,
yeah.
Yes.
All right. I've got a 12
And your
here
bastard
somewhere.
sword is 2d8.
Sorry, I was
Oh, yeah,
shooting
sorry.
arrows.
Yeah, you're shooting
not,
arrows.
Yeah.
2d6 for your arrows. And a d12 for your longsword.
Okay, so the longsword does a total of 9, and the arrows do a total of 4 and 7, 11.
Lento comes through, hits it in the chest. One of its ribs breaks off. The arrows that you shoot, one of them hits the skull, jaguar skull of it. Parts of its rotted flesh just peels away. Another one breaks off of a hollow cheekbone. And it's laughing, maniacally looking down at you. The worm's falling out of its face as it just shrieks out in just sheer malice down towards you. Its turn. And it's going to push the Sphere of Annihilation at JC.
Now, does us attacking it break its concentration
It
at all?
does break its concentration.
Okay,
it's going to
good.
get a big minus for this. JC, you have retained control of the Sphere of Annihilation
Nice.
for this round. Gareth Marblehead, your turn.
Do I have line of sight on this thing to throw a
You
spiritual hammer?
you have direct line of sight on it.
I'll use spiritual hammer on him.
Okay.
I believe it just does 1d6.
Yep.
Do I need to roll to hit on that or no?
No, you do not.
Okay.
Because in this particular case, even though you normally do, this thing, it's an undead creature, and this is such an unholy place. You invoking the power of your god on it has a direct effect on it. Above it, you see Nyala and Grasha. You see this ghostly anvil appear in midair and just drops on the thing's head. Roll your d8, please.
D8?
Yeah.
Okay. 5.
A wink of Rudd's eye, you guys have been given another +1. It hits the thing, and it kind of sloughs it off. You hear bone crack underneath it. It seems like it's just in... that seemed to hurt it quite a bit. Deeper into the room, the Kuatl goes ahead and casts a magic missile, which curls around the corner, trailing stardust, this rainbow stardust as it flies through the air at the thing. It looks like it's taking almost everything it has just to cast any kind of spell. Nyala, you're right there with Glasha at the front of the combat. So as these rainbow bursts hit it, it's just prismatic bursts of light everywhere around it. It doesn't seem like it hurt it that badly. Mirana, your turn. Oh, no, it's Giggles' turn. I take that back. Giggles rushes the thing and tries to bite it. And misses. Your turn now, Mirana.
I better just concentrate on this sphere.
Where are you driving it?
What? Do I have a sense of how far I could get it to go?
Yeah, you feel like you could get it probably 100 feet or so. Now, there's so many people in between you and the thing. Yeah. You and the werejaguar.
Yeah. I don't want to. I want to get away from people as much as possible. I'm sending it up.
You go ahead and you send it up. As you send it up, you see the Sphere of Annihilation doesn't slow down a bit. Everything in its path, the obsidian, is burning and burning through there. The werejaguar looks up at it and shrieks out something at you. All around you, Nyala, Mirana, even you, Garuth, you can feel the magical planes around you shifting. The enchantment that binds this place, all those magical fields that prevent any kind of intrusion, as you
Right.
burn through there, shatter like glass.
Excellent.
Yeah.
The thing looks down at you, and it is going to use its sword as it reaches down, and it is going to hit Galasha.
Hold on for a sec before you roll.
Yeah?
My halberd, invincible, may make her immune to any single strike one time a day. This power must be declared before the attack roll against her is made.
Okay. Galasha, the sword comes down, this ancient Olman sword, crackling with black energy, comes swinging down through the air. And Nyala, you're thinking it's coming for you. It's about ready to cleave you in half. Galasha takes her halberd, puts it up in midair, and the thing blocks right down the haft of it. The thing bites into Invincible, but does not move a bit. Invincible just... You can hear the weapon's intellect inside just scream out in pain as the sparks fly between the holy and the unholy weapons. It manages to hold and doesn't break in twain. This sphere is rising into the air, higher and higher and higher, and suddenly, Marana, sunlight comes bathing down upon you from midair. Nyala, you're standing there, you're right in its face. What do you want to do?
Can I continue to shoot arrows?
You continue to shoot arrows.
And can the sword still attack or it won't attack till next round?
Won't attack till next round.
Alright. Alright, so let's see. So that's 4 more. So a 20 and a 14 on the arrows.
The thing is pushing down, trying to cut through Invincible to get at your head. You fire an arrow, one of it hits it right and square in the face. Bone chips explode. What was your damage?
Only 7 between the two of them.
One of them hits it in the
Don't
face.
forget that prayer spells.
Another
give
one hits it in
everybody
the
a plus
eye.
1.
And as you fire, the last one you fire goes right through its head because all of you are starting to turn insubstantial and ghostly. All around you, mists are starting to roll up. Around you, the Omen are starting to turn insubstantial, wispy, and suddenly all of you are surrounded in clouds. There is a massive sphere floating in the air next to you, Marana.
I'm going to keep controlling it.
The black absence of anything.
Is the god still there?
You're all gone. You're on the astral plane. Taken away from there by the serpent who slithers around Garuth's neck and kind of pokes its head up and looks and whispers in your ear, in your minds, thank you. Without the bonds there, I was able to use my psychic powers to take us to the astral plane. You are safe here now, and it is without its ultimate weapon.
Leave the sphere in the astral plane.
Marana, what do you want to do? It looks at you and says, shall we leave its weapon here or take it with us?
Don't take it back to the prime material.
The prince kind of chuckles. He looks at all of you. In Olman, he looks at Marana. He says, do you know what I find amusing?
What?
You've left the were-jaguar there with a hole to the surface. The Sul will come down and investigate. He laughs a bit. They will have to deal with its rampages. Marana, what are you going to do with this nothingness there?
I turn to my friends, and I think I'm probably looking to Nyala in particular, and I'm saying, do we take this or leave this here?
The astral plane, I do not fear, is a safe place to cache this. Some other demon or creature could find it here as easily as anywhere else. Perhaps even more so.
I think Master and Mistress Mystica would know what to do with this. I'm going to just try to... Do I think I'm going to lose control of this?
No, you don't think so. Not without
Okay.
him. Not without him exerting direct control over it.
Okay, I'm doing nothing except making sure I got control of this thing. And I don't know, can I position myself at all here, or are we all just sort of, no?
There is no such thing as position. There's no such thing as place. It does not take long for you to tell the Coatl, whose name is Slithers Through Rainbows, where to take you. You return back to Scant, all of you, through its psychic powers, taking the thing with you. Needless to say, Elaine Mystica, Big B, and Raquel Chert are mildly surprised to see a sphere of annihilation appear with you all in the Heron House as you appear with the prince. But appear you do. In the days that follow, the humbled Ullman, Prince Oatley, takes all of you by boat overland to meet his father, the king, King Zypel, who regrets the proper feast can't be held, but there's pressing business at hand. Friends of the Ullman suffer, and this cannot be permitted a moment longer. Soon enough, a great meeting is held between the leaders of Free Onwall and King Zypel, in which an alliance between the two is formally cemented. At that time, as a show of friendship and thanks, the Ullman King gives each of you that helped free his son and survived to tell the tale a specialized magical item that bears no discussion right now, but if you ever play a scenario again, it's there. Less than a week later, a great flotilla of ships leaves northern Hepmona land for the shores of Scant, where a titanic battle takes place. Spearheaded by the agents of Free Onwall and a horde of 1,000 fierce Ullman warriors, led by none other than Prince Oatley himself, the fighting is bloody and brutal. Hundreds upon hundreds of lives are lost in the siege of the city. But at the end of the day, weal triumphs over woe. At dawn of the next day, the flag of Onwall flies for the first time over Scant's Bay in years.
Yay.
Fletcher Otter Creek is there with his sister. Nyala, you've seen the people who slaughtered your parents perish underneath Lento's edge. Much is the work that needs to be done to uproot the Brotherhood from the remainder of their small country. But with their Ullman allies at their side, it seems only a matter of time before the Sul Blight is completely torn from the flesh of Onwall. For they fear nothing more than the weapon that their great hero Mirana wields against them. A sphere of absolute nothingness that holds their boats and destroys even the greatest of their warriors. What would happen later as they take the fight to the Scarlet Brotherhood, that's a tale for another day. Gentlemen,
All right,
that's the end
thank
of the
you.
scenario. Well done. You managed to, there were several ways that you guys could have made it out of that. That was one of them. It's called Follow the Black Ball in the scenario. The other one's called The Enemy of My Enemy, which is you guys could have used the Scarlet Brotherhood against the Lich and found your way out of there by healing significantly the Coatl and making a deal with it. But you guys made it out of the temple, the fallen temple of Tezcatlipoca, successfully. Congratulations, you beat the scenario.
Alrighty.
All of you guys, I will give...
I was expecting to die gloriously on the hands of a god, which was more than enough for a Friday night for me.
Well, you would have actually, Alan, because I rolled an 18 from that thing, but Glasha had other ideas with the halberd, Invincible. I kind of forgot about that power of the weapon, so that was a really good timely use of it.
Thank you. I was saving it for just a special moment.
Oh, yeah, it was a great special moment. And by the way, the hinge of all of that was JC rolling a 99.
Awesome.
That thing had a talisman of the sphere.
Oh.
You had basically a 10% chance of getting it, wresting control over it, and you got it. So that was amazing and well done. everybody who watched us on Twitch, thank you so much for tuning in. I know it ran a little over long. It's what I do. It
And
seems
Scott,
like,
Jeff, and everybody, thanks for all your support.
and everybody, you guys really made an
Pitching
impact
in.
in the scenario. So thank you very much for helping our heroes. Heroes, stick around just a little bit longer after I go offline so I can say thank you to everybody individually. Please be sure to support the rest of Virtual Greyhawk Con. There's no other games running that I can raid into, so we won't be raiding into anybody tonight. But for my players, everyone, Carlos Mondragon, otherwise known as Fletcher Otter Creek, Alan Growy, Yellow Raven, Jason Jacobson, Garuth Marblehead, JC Luxton, Marana Cathry, and Giggles, the hyena, and Leslie Reno, Glasha. I'm Carlos A.S. Lysing, your Dungeon Master. Thank you very much for tuning in, and I hope to see you guys soon. Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
guys.
Thanks.
Thanks, everyone.
All right.
And we